to give up in this 5v3 situation. They have the numbers, and they want to play for exactly that.
They anticipate an aggressive push as well. You can see them playing all the way back, but still marking it here. Aluka. Oh, she potentially had the timing to get the heal back on up. Try and dip in, get the one. Oh, but there's way more presence here than she might be aware of. The flash could be her biggest problem right now. Seeker's one on out. Falls back just a bit, turning head, and which will allow Emmy to get a free kill on her. Little did she know. It's the B site that they're taking, though.
Still gonna have Iruma and Twirly towards his elbow, trying to play the devil's advocate. Natsuki, of course, with that orbital strike, could create a little bit of cover to get that plan down, but so far, at least, it's gonna be Twirly satcheling right into her opponent's faces here, with the judge able to find that first kill, and, well, she just tracks Iceberg. Emmy just walks up and takes the second. Orangutan, they steal the lead back here, and from 9-3, we are at 11-10. Orangutan, they stand strong.
And with a single round, they turned this entire map around their way. Look at this streak, barring that one. It's been incredible here.
Would you say they're making waves at this point?
Oh, definitely not waves. A total tsunami here has been going their way, and nobody has been able to stop the current that has been trending right now for OGX. 9 rounds in a row just to come back into this, possibly if it wasn't for that one. But it's the 8 rounds in the last 9 played. And one of those was off of the incredible Japip's clutch, which seems to have really put a dent into the mental of RRQ.
Yeah, but we had our casters, we had our panelists talk about that as well, right? About Japip's and how sometimes she doesn't seem to be super comfortable on this guy. Well, with that particular run, I think everybody could say that, you know what, I think Japip's is fine. Now, though, it's going to be Aluka just waiting for this push out of Orangutan, able to capitalize and take Casper down early, so that's going to be a little bit of utility. Take it offline very, very quickly, and it's going to be RRQ pushing the issue and the advantage now that they've taken that first kill. Orbital strike invested, Ayumi on top of the box, using the elevation to her advantage, finding 2 kills off the back of it, and Orangutan, it's just Iruma. We've seen them pull off a 2v4 before. It might be a bit too much this time.
I mean, it's happened once. You can never doubt it, especially when it's Japip's at the helm. But you can tell they want to take these rifles for a better day. Don't even want to attempt in this case. That's going to be them rescinding control of the round in the lead. 11-11. Game tied right back up. RRQ do not want to let this go match point.
And they do everything they can to deny that exact situation. Very, very nice play coming out. So far, RRQ, they've been extremely aggressive in their hits, using, of course, they use quite a bit of utility to try and force the issue here, but now that quiet patience game coming out, encouraging Orangutan to go fishing. And what happens? They get faced by Aluka, and her sharkiness just able to take that kill out.
Well, as of the moment here, you have to wonder what, and ponder upon, really ruminate on if there's any other plan OGX have. They've been playing these kind of updraft angles for Emmy, but at some point, RRQ, they have to expect that, right? And when you're in this position, it puts you in a difficult disposition. Do they go aggressive once more, try and catch them off in return, or do they try and cut things down slow, anticipate a push like they are doing right now? Emmy gives herself away. It's the first hand of the round. But they can now read. But they're still coming towards the B side. They won't expect this, and Emmy in a difficult spot. She's only got 1 blade left. Lots of patience.
Coming in on either side. Yeah, it's just explosion central down towards B-Long. Emmy with their last play still trying to get that reset with a kill, but unfortunately not going to be happening today. We'll be forced to fall back, and this heavy Orangutan presence towards B-Long, it's just going to be pushed back completely by RRQ's presence. They're still going to be hanging around the side at least, and while Emmy doesn't have a gun apart from the classic in this close range, that's basically a shotgun, so that does seem to be the battle plan here. Now RRQ waiting for this Viper utility to go down, put that cascade to isolate this angle on side, and Emmy might be able to find the timing. Japip though will be the one for that opener. Gets an upgrade for Emmy, and the spray down is just finding so much damage for Orangutan's side. Aluka finally finding one of her own.
But why are they forcing this? Look, they just put themselves into a difficult position. They try and force a choke, which
30 seconds left.
is just a complete field day here for the firing squad of OGX. Spraying them on down. Casper, great spot to try and ruin their plans. gets the one here to Nabsky. Swing on wide. Iceberg, huge kill, but even bigger trade once more from Casper. It's all on Aluka. Low time situation on the Reyna. Doesn't even get the kill. Match point now secured by OGX as RRQ. Maybe starting to lose their composure in some of these questionable decisions.
Yeah, the rotation was, I think the first questionable decision was trying to force the issue through the multi-city utility Orangutan was putting on that B side, but just the second one, right? They try to pivot over towards A. They know that the Viper is still there, but more than that, I was very surprised by where they decided to commit the Reckoning out of Iceberg, because it wasn't really clearing any particular area that they needed to watch out for, and Casper, of course, happy to just play the ghost in the smoke and pop out and find a couple of kills for herself.
Well, there's a time and a place here for sure to try and do all that, but at match point, maybe especially safer option is what RQ are going to try and deal with here. Difficult once more, the updraft angle. They still haven't been able to get a read on this, and the double from Emmy. Blind shots, and it's looking to crush the hopes of RQ.
Poison's off.
Huge openers there for Orangutan indeed coming in. I mean, looking for a little bit more smoke spam. Tags up Iceberg a decent amount to boot. Now the Cosmic Divide coming in, forced out of Casper to try and cut these players off on sight. The smokes are going to fade, and when that does, it's going to be RRQ in a bit of a bad spot. They're trying to find these kills here, get that spike down to boot, but it just might be a little bit too much for them to manage. Spike will go down. Nabsky finds that first opener. 36 HP left, trying to play around this box here, but Emmy still on the side, able to do so much damage here. 4 kills on the round already, on track for the ace, and it's just going to be her versus Aluka and Twirly, the duelists. All of them face off against each other. Aluka in a 1v2, has to isolate these fights. Not going to be quite able to do so, and Twirly will take her down. Orangutan, they make with the comeback. They take us to a map number 3. We have Fracture coming in next.
We definitely go into Fracture there, and they completely cracked through the seams here, through the roof, through the ceiling, as we thought this could have gone the way of RRQ all the way through from that map number 1. And I ask you here after the first half, how superstitious may you be here, Zach? And well, seems like there's a good reason to be.
Indeed, the 9-3 curse, or well, Orangutan, they strike again. They're able to make that comeback, and this is what we saw yesterday. Do not count them out quite yet, because they're a team that will dig in deep at the last second and fight as long as they can. They were able to make that pushback yesterday. They do it again today. They find victory on Vine, and now we're going to be going over to Fracture. But before that, let's have our panelists break down this particular map, because my god, there was a lot to break down.
Breaking down is exactly what we saw on the second half. Whatever RRQ had built up in that first half completely broken down, with only I think 1 or 2 rounds taken away, and I am completely in awe at how much firepower that's coming through, not only by Twirly and Emmy, but also the rest of the team. Jump Pips 4K as well.
Yeah, I mean, some of these rounds were just absolutely crazy. Aruma picked up an ace on her own too, just like trading off of her team. And it's a lot of these plays with some of the defenses or the retakes that they use coming into the site that RRQ, I don't know what it was. They were looking so good in the first half, but towards the second half, I think they did have a timeout, like 1 timeout in round 16, but it didn't really fix whatever issues they had, because you could see that the rest of the rounds, with the way that Ayumi was playing, some of the executes they tried to go for, it really felt that they were kind of, I don't want to say it, but maybe a little bit tilted, and they just kept trying to force fights that weren't really there for them.
Yeah, you start to feel this pressure really looming on them, especially when you start to see these plays. As I was saying earlier, it felt like perhaps Ayumi felt the pressure to make something happen. And these sort of aggressive fights is what exactly OGX was banking on them to do, for them to push out, for them to be separated into this isolated fight so they can be picked off one by one. Again, when we talk about the duo of Ayumi and Aluka, you're expecting them to come in together. The Lear to come out, a flash set down by Ben best to be able for them to really open up the map for them. But because they're just so separated, it didn't happen. And we also spoke about this just now, about how Aluka needed those picks to be able to enable herself as a Reina. And because she wasn't able to, she was just rendered pretty much irrelevant. But for now, when you look at Emmy, when you look at Twirly, they're understanding that they don't have to be too aggressive. They're understanding that they have to play together to be able to win these rounds, to be able to play close in front of the chokes and really punish them for it.
Yeah, and that's why the stats say everything. I mean, you can see it right now. 15 first kills from RQ, but that's it. You know, in terms of post-plant wins or anything else, OGX came out on top despite, you know, lacking a little bit in that first kill department, because they just had the right ideas coming into how they want to fight back against RQ, especially at the start of the second half. 5 rounds in a row really nullified whatever lead that RQ had, and Emmy was one of those players who led the whole charge. I mean, she came in, especially in round 20, with this sort of sacrificial play against Ayumi. Ayumi was inside lamps, had a showstopper out, wanted to deny the spike defuse, but Emmy just ran face first into Ayumi to ensure that win. That's amazing. That said, though, I mean, it's a really strong team. We talk about their potential. They need to keep that up going into Fracture, right?
Yeah.
Ayumi is still a force to be reckoned with. Just in the previous round, round 19, Ayumi actually was so mad that she rushes in on her own, and with like a lot of satchel plays onto the B site, she finds an ace.
Yeah.
That's why she's the kill leader. She's still someone that you have to disable, especially on a map like Fracture.
Yep, speaking of Fracture, momentum is what really leads these teams to victory, and Fracture is the perfect map for momentum plays. Let's see who will be taking it home, who will be going forward, and who will be done today. After this, we're gonna go for a quick break. More Valorant after the break.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
As I just said on the Bird app just now, it's not an Orangutan match without a heart attack, a game 3, and a comeback. But let's see if the comeback is gonna be happening here. Tash Bunny alongside Quack, as we are now going to map number 3 for the second series of the day between OGX and Team RRQ Kaguya.
I mean, it comes down to this, you know, either you pack up your bags or you're gonna go over into the next run, which is the lower finals, and it's gonna be tough either way. And I mean, we're seeing that comeback from Orangutan X. They can make it happen, but onto a map like Fracture, Tash? Oh, it's hard to analyze this.
It is, because Fracture is such a momentum heavy map, and after seeing these two teams play, they are two very momentum heavy teams. They tend to, you know, really chain round after round after round. They tend to play depending on how confident they feel. And RQ Kaguya, when Ayumi as well as Aluka feel good, they tend to pop off. And the same can be said about Twirly and Emmy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, it comes down to some of these, you know, the more duelist-heavy players, the more duelist-heavy strats coming in. And that's sort of the story that we saw towards the end of Bind as well, right? I mean, the duelists, you know, we know they're good. We know they can frag out. We know that Ayumi has what it takes to really pull off insane aces and make hero plays happen. but you can't rely on those performances every single round. We need to see more teamwork, and especially on a chaotic map like Fracture, if you can bring some semblance of control to this, you might be able to find yourself a formula for success, and then you keep repeating that. That's how you find repeated wins. That's what OGX did at the start of the second half, and that's what these teams need right now. Based off what they've played before, I mean, RQ Kaguya versus Orangutan X, they've played Fracture as a matchup once before, but that one ended 13-7 in favor of RQ. And keep in mind, this was with their old composition, their old roster, when they had Chloe subbing in as the Killjoy, and she topped the charts.
Yeah.
It's going to be a different story this time.
For sure. But when you look at Orangutan X's last run on this map, they played Fracture against Scythe NWJ just a few days ago. They did win. It was a 2-0, and it was a pretty dominating win. 13-9 is, something that everyone should look out for. At the same time, for the last time that RQ Kaguya played this was, I believe it was it was upper semifinals. So it was a stomp. Yeah, they lost to Full Sense Sapphire. So if that doesn't say a lot, I mean, this is something that I think both teams should really look out for. One win against Scythe and WJ is a little bit more closer, but the loss to Full Sense Sapphire was a stomp. So it's hard to really paint a story, right?
Sure. But for me, Tash, I think what this comes down to is a lot of that mental game. And if you look at the statistics of all those previous matches, yes, the duelists are still up there. It's the rest of the team that isn't quite going in together, because that's the teamwork that you need. Duelists wanting to make hero plays, but everyone else not quite kind of following that same idea or game plan, or not having that same heroic feeling or that same fire in them. Everyone needs to be on the same page in order to bring their team over the edge today, right now. And looking at the composition, first of all, you got a lot of synergy with this. With the duelists and the initiators. You got Torley on the Raze, which is interesting, because I tend to prefer her on Jet.
Same.
But then Emmy now coming in as the Fade. So there's that synergy with the C's Paint Shells combo. But on the other side, you got the Flash and Dash with Bess and Ayumi. So that's what this comes down to. They're playing their own game. They got to play to their strengths. We need to see those initiators coming together strong with the duelists. Coordination
is definitely key, and I think it's also about control as well. I mean, one great thing about this map in particular is that it does reward aggressive gameplay. That take onto A main or even B main, taking up that space and denying that space is definitely going to be key. And on top of that, your lurkers are going to be, I would say, the defining moment between either you win or lose a round. We're going to be looking a lot at Casper. We're going to be looking a lot at, perhaps, I think it's going to be either Bess or Iceberg here, or maybe even Aluka if she wants to, right? Because she's going to be running into a different role. So it depends on that as well. So I'm just curious to know how heavy are the lures going to be? Is it going to be a full-on flank of 2 to 3 people? How exactly are they going to be planning on taking up space, and how much control can they have, and can they hold that control onto the site itself?
And that's the tricky thing, especially when you're playing against such strong duelists. If you can shut them down, that will be amazing. If not, I mean, you're going to have to take a lot of map control. You're going to have to push out in spots and try to find ways to approach the site, because we're playing on Fracture, baby. It's 4 different parts of the map. It gets a little bit messy, a little bit chaotic at times. And if you can work together as a team to control all of this chaos, you'll probably come out on top.
Yeah, and as the famous Pacific caster Komodo says, the no-no rope. Are we going to be seeing the no-no rope being used? Because we saw a few mishaps there. We saw a few people dropping us off those ropes. I mean, even then, we saw in South Asia, there was just the insane play by the OGX men's team where Antidote was able to make a rotate and just flank with the rope. I don't even know, man. That rope is cursed. So again, reminding you guys that the rope is a no-no zone.
That sounds really weird.
I don't know. Komodo said it in his cast. I'm just echoing.
One of these plays that, teams can use to kind of find flanks, find different ways to approach it. But that's, again, why some of the Sentinels are really important as well, because you have those traps that you can use to kind of give yourself information over what your opponents are about to do, right?
Yeah.
And that's, again, we need to see that coordination. We need to see some of these teams kind of finding that fundamental footwork. Everyone performing their job. Everyone doing, whatever their plan is, and be on that same page. Because if it's that same thing that we saw from before, and it's just, you know, one player trying to make things happen on their own, it's not quite there.
Yep, teamwork makes the dream work, but we're gonna go on a quick break. When we come back, straight over to Fracture. We'll be right back.
We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again, we back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again, we back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
Welcome back, everyone. Today and right now for this particular match, this is a do or die moment. Winner goes on to the lower bracket finals, and who else is unfortunately will have. I don't think they'll be packing their bags. So they'll just turn off their PC and have an early night. Regardless, Tash Buddy here alongside Quack. This is the VCT Game Changers Asia Pacific Open 3, where we are currently watching Orangutan X versus RRQ Kaguya. Now, we've always seen the top 3 being dominated by 3 names: SMG, Full Send Sapphire, RRQ Kaguya, but Orangutan X is looking to change that.
Yeah, they've made it happen once before, and they want to make it happen again. I mean, in Open 1, they had such a good run, kind of playing up against SMG as well. But now, I mean, ever since then, kind of struggling a bit with some of the roster shuffles they've had. But I really do think, after watching that comeback on Bind, they've managed to find a bit of that groove. And you were talking about the additions to their roster kind of giving them additional firepower. They can definitely use that on a map like Fracture.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the map that will really show which team has the better firepower and teamwork. But for now, we're just gonna throw it over to our casters. It's gonna be Zach and Black and Blue. Take us to Fracture, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we certainly shall. The final battleground for both of these teams. Whoever loses goes home, and not in the best way possible. We're looking now here at Fracture, the final decider for this matchup, and man, for the way for this things to go, it would be a really big disappointment to lose either of these two teams this early on.
Exactly. We have the top 4. Winner of this will move on to that lower final and have a chance of facing SMG in that grand final. But like you mentioned, this is a matchup that we've seen several times before, exactly in the same position. And I think Open 1, this happened 3 times, if I'm not wrong, over the course of the playoffs. So definitely a game that is very fun to watch and very fun to cast as well, at least from my side. But when you consider Fracture in particular, right, this is a map where, in general, RRQ, they're a little bit higher on that stats side, but the last time that these two teams faced off Orangutan, they were the ones walking away with the victory and taking it forward. So I think it could generally go either way. Looking at just the team comps that we talked about, I think that this particular Raze Fade combo, it has potential, but looking at how Ayumi has been cracked to just opening up sites and finding those first bloods, both duelists, they're on fire.
Oh, they definitely are. You talked about the possibility, the potential for that kind of combo play with a Fade, and as well as the Raze, and that's always something to be aware of when you're going up against that. You look at the Fracture here of Orangutan in the past, and it's been one of those maps that have always been a threat. No matter what team you are, no matter who you are, you can definitely be one that you can be taken down on. Now, one of the teams that did take him out during the last Open, during Open number 1 rather, was Global Esports. They were able to take it out away from him. Other teams like Full Send Sapphire as well. But here, when you look at RRQ, a team that was eliminated before in the past by Global, when it was Orangutan who sent them down to the lower bracket, when we're talking about Open number 2, that's really where, Global kind of turned our heads towards him. And that's when questions started arising of RRQ, like in regards to their performance. Will that continue here today? Will RRQ exact revenge, or do Orangutan close this out once more? Let's move on now to round number 1, as the B site is where they're gonna go, which is completely open for the plan.
Yeah, Orangutan like to go for these retake heavy setups on this particular map, but they're pushing the other lanes here, and it seems like RRQ, their read is perfect. They do get the plants without any casualties on this B side. Snap the smoke, not quite connecting. Already the flank though, coming in from Orangutan here. Flash is perfect, but the shots are not as able to capitalize and find a huge kill. Orangutan now crunching in on every side in this map so far.
One enemy remaining.
Yet another kill, and it's just going to be a 1v4 situation. Ayumi, we've seen her hit hard before. There's nothing too much even for her to deal with. Finds only that first, not even that first kill rather, before Emmy shuts her down with the clean headshot, and that's going to be the pistol of Orangutan. They take it.
Well, you talked about how Orangutan liked to run kind of a more retake focused setup, especially on a pistol like this here in Fracture on their defense, and you can see exactly why, because they're very competent at doing so. Then you talked about that Fade plus Raze combo, but I think aside from that, also the fact that this Breach is such a mainstay here, it just really becomes super potent. That fault line can always set up more kills and buy up more space, especially for OGX here, who have those chokes to benefit them when playing off of RRQ. As of the moment, here on their attacking side once more. Arcade is where they want to play.
Yeah, Ruma just kind of trying to play off her utility, kind of stuck in the moment there as once again RQ they rush forward. I think it's a little bit of a technical malfunction there actually as Ayumi able to find that kill and also pick up an upgrade to boot. Once again RQ, they're pushing the issue and yeah, well finally Orangutan, they seem to have gotten back into shape here, but the rest of the players are still kind of stuck on this B side. I think we might have to do a rollback for this round.
Well, as of the moment, obviously, kind of like play on till you can play on, but as things have looking to be, probably called for attack here. And as you said, maybe they're going to try and rerun this, repeat this. You can see them conceding the round, obviously, to play it on anyways. Peeps, she's like, okay, you may do whatever. This round doesn't count, is what they feel. But we'll get the official word on that out in just a sec. The real thing here from RQ is that they have no fear in trying that same idea once more. They go back towards Arcade. That can also benefit in having to not show your hand twice in how you address other positions. If they went B main there, if they went anywhere else, it would have shown OGX how they play their attacking execute on that side. And on a round especially that they aren't necessarily poised to win, it's not worth the risk of giving away that information.
Exactly. They really don't want to play reveal their cards too early, like you mentioned. Also, just getting that conditioning in early on, right? First 2 rounds, they put heavy pressure on that Arcade part. Third time or fourth time around, maybe they're just gonna act like they're doing that, but go for one of those quick rotates. We've seen RQ do that before in the past. Very, very sneaky players. For all of their firepower and head-on strategy. Sometimes you just see these plays coming out of both of these teams, but RQ in particular, to just find an advantage off the back of something that's very under the table and unexpected for their opposing team. But at least looking at just these Asian comps, right? The last time that RQ played, I think this particular map, it was against Full Sense Sapphire in this particular tournament, and the upper bracket, it didn't go too well for them in BNB, because I remember it was something like a 13-5 or something, and they were just completely read and outstratted by the Full Sense Sapphire squad. So Orangutan, they definitely have some homework that they can try to build off of, because the team comp, it hasn't changed at all.
Well, I mean, if you're Orangutan, yeah, that's definitely the case, right? This is a tried and true practice, typically is what would be brought out in here when they do play Fracture. We've seen iterations though where they would play that Cypher back then, during Open 2, I believe, but shifted now into something a bit more traditional, away from that Neon, away from that Cypher, into the Killjoy Rays, which you could argue has a bit more synergy with the Fade than the previous ideas were. And maybe now this is the perfect I guess, not just composition, but configuration of the roster to take down RQ once more, to get themselves back into the lower bracket final, which we did see them be quite a formidable threat on in the past. It's about closing things out, though, and going the distance. I mean, both of these teams are in Elite anyways, so ultimately enough, it doesn't matter as much. Obviously, prize pool, definitely something you do not want to just let go by. If you can get the biggest that you can, get the most points as well to accompany it for bragging rights, but it really is about the fact that they're already in Elite. So these losses, they may hurt, not as much though, but there's still ones that they're going to want to win at the end of the day, and hence that's the reason why, even with a small issue like that on round number 2, we have to call a tech to keep things equal.
Yeah, you really want to try to fix this as soon as possible. But again, tech issues, without them, where would we be, right? Our wonderful audience wouldn't be able to hear our Technical Pause podcast, which comes up every other game, because that's just how APAC works. So we're very sorry about that. But in general, I really like those points that you brought up about the fact that both of these teams have already qualified for elites, like you mentioned. That's a big worry that's not going to be on their heads anymore. They're going to have plenty of time during that LCQ that's going to be playing out next month or so to be just prepping and widening their map pool. And that's something in particular that Orangutan this year have really worked on, that I really appreciate from them, because in the past, right, this year in particular, that Open 1, I think that apart from Full Sense as well as SMG, of course, both of these teams, the maps, it was very difficult for them to like really widen their map pool. But Orangutan in particular, with the addition of their new players, are more willing to let things through. In particular, I think Bind is coming up more and more. It used to be one of their perma bans, and now they're picking it almost every single time, and every single time you see consistent improvement. Fracture, though, has historically always been a favorite for this particular team, and in particular, I think my favorite player to really watch out on this map is Japeeps, because she's just incredibly dynamic with her breach utility. So many rounds you just see her setting up the rest of the team for success, and her stuns just hit every single time. They're just so well timed.
Well, in this case, this is a bad time. We're in tech pause right now. I'm not sure how it is over some of the rest of the Pacific, but it is rainy season. The storm is brewing, so once again, keep dry, but stay hydrated at the same time, of course. As of the moment, though, in the Technical Pause podcast, I have to ask you, as I'm sure everybody is kind of in these type of positions, you know, wondering when it comes into map number 3, what exactly is your favorite type of pizza? As you have been traveling the land of pizzas.
Oh, I actually went to the home of pizza where it started, and I tried out the original, and it was really really nice. It was probably the best pizza I've had in my life.
How does it differ from a normal pizza? Is it like the New York style? Do they use white sauce? Do they got thick crust? Describe me.
I don't think white sauce is really pizza, but the tomatoes just taste better because they're just like locally grown and they're very, very smooth. And apart from that, the cheese, everything just tastes better. To be fair, I think that pizza and mozzarella are both two of like Italy's major bookmarked imports. Like they actually have like some kind of certification that calls them like national foods or something like that. I forgot like the technical terms for it. So really, really good pizza. It's just very simple flavors, but because the ingredients are so fresh, it just tastes insane. So it's like a very clean flavor. So I really enjoyed it. And personally for me, as a very sad vegetarian, I often find it difficult to eat food from most places because I can't eat meat. So pizza, not having that problem is great. But in general, B&B, my answer to your question would be any pizza without pineapple, because I asked every single Italian I met who was selling pizza. They looked collectively horrified at the thought of pineapple on pizza. So I'm just gonna say that the creators of pizza, they hate pineapple on pizza.
I'm glad it's had its desired effect. I, for one, am of the Chaos Horde, and I do like pineapple on pizza. I think it is just too far ahead, streets ahead, for most commoners to understand. Especially in this case. You might have invented it, but we have perfected it, is what I'm gonna say. I don't know if you hear that, but Thor is having a field time. So...
He's angry. He doesn't like pineapple on pizza either.
Yep, he disagrees maybe with me, but what is a god to an unbeliever in this case? And that's what RQ are right now, trying to take down a team that has taken them down in the past, as we are going to have to take a break. No, I'm kidding. I'm a liar. We're going straight into the game. I thought we were. But we're about to go into the game, yes, which is real quick. The break was only our mere faces. And, yeah, props to, obviously, the Game Changers production for getting things back on a roll immediately. Not even much of a tech pause there. Nobody assumed nothing. We're going back. We re-roll, and we're back to round number 2. A proper round number 2 this time around.
Yeah, everybody seems to be moving. Definitely a better start than the last time. And once again, RQ, they're going for the same strategy, like you mentioned, not wanting to give their cards away too early. They go in for that quick execute on that B side, and they do have it for free because Orangutan, they know that RQ like to do this, and they're setting up for that post plant. But this time around, RQ getting a little bit more aggressive towards the CT side. They're going to be pushing out further after the is down.
Well, I mean, they're pushing the envelope here. Aruma farming them as of the meantime. Long range, Iceberg connecting. Still a 2v3 though. They get the plant down. It's all on Nabsky. But what can she really do at this point? Swings as wide as she can for the fences where she aims. But obviously for OGX, you just have way more firepower and every advantage in that case. At least they get the plant down, so not a bad round. Still went for Arcade, so yeah. As similar to the point we were talking about a while ago, not giving up their hand early just yet.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, they got the plants, a little bit of extra money for the next couple of rounds. They also did take down a couple of Spectres from Orangutan's side, so just a bit of economic damage done to make this bonus round less viable. And every single Spectre that they take offline, right, honestly, it's a blessing, because on this particular map, with that Brimstone stimmy kicking in from Casper, as well as these close, tight angles that a lot of these sites have, those Spectres, they can prove to be incredibly dangerous. So it's better for RRQ that they make that round a little bit expensive, at the least for Orangutan, but off the back of that round, right? Look at RRQ. They almost have their Rolling Thunder ready to go. Navsky half already there to that orbital strike. A lot of really crucial ults building up for both of these sides, but RRQ, they're just a little bit closer for that Rolling Thunder in particular.
Well, the thunder is certainly rolling on my side of the pond. If it's not coming through the mic, apologies. That's just my stomach.
No, that's just your thundering voice, Black.
No, that's my stomach. I need dinner.
Oh, no.
Yeah, probably. Rumbles into tumbles. But,
Time
small
to
rumblings.
get some pineapple pizza.
Oh, yeah. I totally would. You know, I think, aside from pineapple and pizza, although I have not tried it, but there's a thing in Japan
What?
where they put strawberries
Why are
on
you
pizza.
supporting it without even eating it? Oh, okay, that sounds even worse. What the heck? At least pineapple makes some kind of sense with, like, ham and stuff.
So you agree there's reason to the chaos.
Yeah, it's
There's reason to
stupid,
the rhyme.
but there's like
It's the
some kind of food
sweetness
science
to the
behind it.
saltiness. It makes sense. Sweet and salty. They're contrasting ideas. And that's, I think, the perfect analogy for this
Yeah, but
game.
at that
Two
point,
different
Black and Blue,
contrasting.
it's not pizza anymore. It's something else. You've created something else, sure,
Hey,
but
hey,
you've
all-
taken away from the purity of the pizza.
All pizza lives matter. And we're finally going to get back to the matter of fact in hand, which is the round in the game. RRQ. They're the ones with the guns this time around, and see them making this clearing out rather here towards B main. Double stack on that tower. They're looking to hold on to it.
And it seems like they do get it. Once again, Orangutan, they're willing to give up this site here.
Spike
Opting to go in
planted.
for that retake strategy. Casper going to be the first one to just try to walk out. There's quite a bit of damage, but Best still on the lookout here. These pistols, though, from Orangutan, they're still able to find a couple of kills. And just like that, RRQ, they get that spike down, but they're at a bit of a numbers disadvantage here. This ranged fight, though, it might work out in their favor. Ayumi finding that first one. And now utility coming into play as well. Aluka getting a second, bringing things down to
One
a
enemy
Turley
remaining.
incredibly low here, and it's just gonna be 2 HP her versus both of these remaining players, trying to find a bit more damage as much as she can, but it's just gonna be so difficult to even try to do anything, as Aluka will finally shut her down. RRQ, they win their first round, but Orangutan at least made it expensive.
Yeah, they certainly upped the cost that much more than RRQ were hoping to spend that type of round, especially. Rolling Thunder almost available here for Iceberg. Same could be said for the Nightfall here, Emmy. But when you look at RRQ right now, you still don't feel like they have that cohesion that once was just entitled to a team like them. We have yet to really see that come up to the fold, but things could change here soon. Let's see how their actual full gun round goes.
So far, at least RRQ, they've switched things around a little bit, going for a bit more of a default strategy before they really jump into the action. They're very careful not to group up here, being very careful with their spacing, thanks to the knowledge of that showstopper available in Twirly's arsenal now. For Orangutan, in fact, a lot of these ults are really charging up quickly, in particular that Nightfall for Emmy, so RRQ, they want to find a couple of picks before they try to get that spike down. But again, they know that this B side, it's kind of available, so they're just going to be able to walk in again, spotting out 2 of these players, both Casper as well as Aruma, caught out but not taken down.
Molly's on now to try and keep him at bay, but they're able to bypass that for the meantime. Look at where Ayumi is here right now. Supported as well. Bessie goes down after getting the plant down. They've been doing this a lot where they try and plant for B main, but they have 2 members all the way back watching on towards A main, making sure their flank is checked, and then they come here to regroup now on the site itself. They got the showstopper, and here comes the retake.
That was a huge thing, Emmy getting that kill.
Right here.
So because of that, she's gonna be able to use the Nightfall and clear on sight without too much risk. That showstopper that you were talking about gonna be popped in right now. Hasn't quite found anything yet. In fact, it's gonna be the kills coming through for this RRQ side. The spray from them absolutely deadly. All their players grouped up towards this main. Smoke fading away as well. There's just no chance for Orangutan to even try to get the defuse, and Emmy just gonna try to save that gun. despite using both of those ultimates, Orangutan, unfortunately, they're gonna lose the round. And for RRQ's side, they still have that crucial orbital strike.
Well, that's what they needed to utilize here. So RRQ taking the lead is a very possible fact. With this eco now being set upon OGX, they only got the one Phantom saved up from the previous from Emmy. Look at OGX, all of them has got 3 to their name.
Very well-rounded team, quite literally there to be able to do that. But the question is, with this eco bike, can they get the 3rd round on the board? Because it seems to be a very difficult ask. Bladestorm gonna be online for a Yumi and a Bucky in hand as well. I actually don't know which part of this I hate more, the dives or the Bucky, because both of them, they're both deadly, just in different horrible ways.
I mean, in this type of position, I'm hoping that OGX can start to burn up the economy here. That's the only way they can run back. But look, they have no fear at all. Dashing on in without much of a cause, without much of a reason for their own safety. RRQ, they'll shred them down. Nice attempt, but RRQ able to recover from the pressure being set by OGX.
Yeah, they find those kills across the board now. It's just gonna be Aruma with a classic, and unfortunately for her, she's not gonna be able to do much. Iceberg shuts that down as quickly as possible. And RRQ, as expected, they find that 3rd round. Orangutan, though, they aren't any slouches. They have a couple of ults for their own side this particular round. They have the weaponry as well to try and contend with. And I think the biggest difference between these two teams so far has been the map control, right? Orangutan, they are playing very defensively. They're not really finding information early on in RRQ. It seems like they're aware of that because they're playing spread out across the map, kind of willing to let their individual players do exactly that, try to play on their original strengths, because Orangutan, they're very late to the party.
The way that we've been seeing Orangutan here, slowly but surely just propose different problems to RRQ. It was a bit of a point a while ago where RRQ just struggled sometimes to get themselves open when they were unbind, but this time around here in Fracture, and the more favorite attacking side, doesn't seem to be that big of a problem. Alika still, though, fending them off. Able to dodge the stun, gets Twirly down. They're getting the pincer here. The Pip's in a difficult spot. She gets one before taken down. Yumi, though, has a lot to deal with. Taken out immediately. Aruma, that's her frag. Rolling Thunder out here towards A-Main. A complete brawl. The mosh pit here. It's a 1v2. They got the spike down. They have a post-plant hold. Bess has no idea that she's here. Casper being taken away as Bess finds a smooth angle and takes it 4-2 here for RRQ.
Casper did invest that orbital strike towards main to try and push these players back, but unluckily for her, Bess tanked quite a bit of damage to just walk back onto site and find this really nice positioning. A bit hasty, but overall, nicely played by RRQ. In particular, that Rolling Thunder, we talked about Iceberg, right? And how important she is for the rest of the team. That Rolling Thunder, it just caught almost every single OGX player remaining, and really, it was like speed shooting at that point for Kaguya. They were just able to pick their opponents out of the air, quite literally, thanks to that Rolling Thunder, and find those kills. Once again, Orangutan, they're going to be on that economic back foot. And it's unfortunate as well because they had the lockdown from Aruma. They just had no space with which to use it.
Well, maybe that'll change if they can really get some control next time around before going for that attempt. Dash is on in here. They have every advantage in this case. Yumi not exactly connecting there on top of the Jenny. Flash is on out. Ryumi in a difficult spot. She doesn't have her dash anymore, but still gets a kill. Recovers from the pressure. And now the retake is looking difficult for them to even win on out.
Finally, Aruma will shut her down, but with only a Sheriff in hand, how much more can this player really do? The answer to that is going to be absolutely nothing, because Aluka will be the one to strike that final death knell. 5-2 right now in RRQ. They're in complete control of how this game is being played. The last 5 rounds in a row they've been able to take, and everything seems to be going for them. They're getting these first kills. They have the map control. They've been really feeling more and more confident if you look at how they're just pushing forward and taking all that space up for that post plans in Orangutan. This retake strategy, it worked for them over the pistol and the anti-eco, but now they're going to have to rethink their strategy, especially with their ults coming this close to snowballing up.
Timeout here by OGX. As you said, this snowball, it could suddenly turn into an avalanche. That's 5 rounds down in a row. And at that point, there's no way to stop that wave from continuing on if it's RRQ riding it to victory. Look at their economy. They're almost maxed out here on every single member. And that just allows RRQ to continually force by, but not just that, continually try these risks on these attacking rounds that might just work out, because they know that even if it doesn't work out, they still got the economy to buy up anyways, and then some after. And that just allows a lot more flexibility in what RRQ are allowed to do here. Rolling Thunder available, but the lockdown on both sides is a bit of a game of chicken on who is going to pop that first.
Yeah, especially with that particular ult getting a buff all those patches ago. No more easy way to really break it. It used to be that just the breach presence was enough to take care of that, but Aftershock doesn't work that way anymore. Orangutan, after the timeout, finally looking to take the initiative here. Really finds a lot of space. Can get that showstopper online, but still it's going to be first split coming through for RRQ on the opposite side. They find a very crucial kill. Emmy taken out. No more information from that fake going to be really kicking in, and they, off the back of that, they look to pivot towards the safe side.
Making their way on in here. 4v5. Rolling Thunder still available for the retake here on Japeeps. And with him getting the plant off, that's the lockdown we were asking. Who would pop it first? It's a defense on the retake. But timing that super well here on the attacking side will just nullify it, and Ayumi on the fallback gets the one. Rolling Thunder here now to try and dismantle a main. They don't have time though for it. He has to fall back. He's gonna get detained. All of them!
Little bit. That is such a nice lockdown potential being realized here in RRQ. They're happy to go on the hunt. Like you mentioned, all three of them just caught by that lockdown. Orangutan, they were so focused on the retake that they forgot about the ult there. Very unfortunate. They invested Rolling Thunder but find no value off of it. And RRQ, they're happy to just swoop in and steal another round. Once again, Orangutan, they're in that vicious economic cycle of just not having the money to buy up for consecutive rounds. And even though Twirly has that showstopper, again, I mean, just one off of that nightfall, Orangutan, they've had a very, very slow start on this particular map. And RRQ, they've learned from their mistakes against Sapphire because they're playing this to perfection.
Well, in this type of position, what else really matters, right? If you're OGX, you know their economy is way above yours. You still have to try and take these rounds, still have to try and do some sort of damage, because the long run here isn't boding well for him. Showstopper available for Twirly. They're all anchored within the site right now. Not wanting to play the retake this time around. They want to instead kind of goad them in. But Best opens up with a pick here in Twirly.
Really nice flash out of Japeeps, and off the back of that, able to find a lot of kills with the Sheriffs now, bringing it down to a 2v2. Casper and Aruma,
One enemy remaining.
no real option to pick up those guns, and Navsky able to wrap around and find the kill onto Casper will open up the site here. Iceberg trying to regroup with her teammate to be able to take this 1v2 successfully. Aruma, we've seen a lot come out of her in the past, but in this 1v2 situation, it's just going to be such a difficult task. No real way for her to pick up a weapon either. And it's going to come down to timing out of the smoke. Doesn't get spotted by these players, but only grabs a stinger for her troubles. Opts to stick with the Sheriff instead. Both of these players on RRQ. No crossfire, exactly, and Aruma takes full advantage. Finds that first kill, but the positioning from Navsky did not give away where she was, and she's able to capitalize and find that final kill. Orangutan, scrappy, fighting till the end, but still RRQ, they win that round.
2-7 in RRQ.
One enemy
They've
remaining.
already secured the advantageous half here
They are standing.
to start things off. Whatever happens, they will end with at least 7, with at least more coming into the second half. Rolling Thunder available for them. Showstopper still in Twirly's hands, but the operator could change things up. They're looking to go aggressive here towards B main, though, and with the only player there being Aluka, this might go unchecked, so she has to be careful. Luckily, she lets a turret do the watching for herself instead. It's going to be towards the arcade, towards that bridge side of the map. The northern side is what RRQ are putting focus on and controlling and executing from.
Yeah, they haven't put too much pressure on this particular part of the map apart from one round, but they're really, really good at these pinch maneuvers on this A side. I mean, though, with that Prowler, we'll at least detect this A main presence, and with all this noise coming in, it seems like RRQ, they're finally ready to go already. Ayumi off the back of the stun, able to find that first kill. Japeeps finds a trade, but it's not going to be enough as Navsky is able to retain that advantage. You see Yaruma trying to go for a little bit of a fishing expedition,
Spike
but
planted.
just don't push through the smoke without a flash, because that's exactly what happens to you. And once again, Orangutan 2v4 retake. And Twirly on the op. Casper, though, with a huge opener. Very nice shot onto Best. That's going to get her closer and closer to this orbital strike. She's one away from that particular one, and if they can find another kill, it might be worth it sinking these ults into this round.
A huge pick off there coming from Casper. You can see Iceberg. He's got it ready. Flash on out. Has a rolling thunder if it ever does come need to it. Casper 1v2 right now. Oh, the molly! It doesn't connect. She's on the spike. She has the orbital, but she comes off of it. That actually saves her there. She could have stuck it for the half. She could have stuck it all the way.
Team A.
And she gets taken down because of it too. Alika getting them the round, but Casper, little did she know, it was served on a silver platter. Just could not convert.
I thought for a second she was gonna orbital strike Napsky there, because she knew that she was gonna be playing for the post plant. But a little bit indecision on that side, and of course that molly missing. Very, very favorable for Casper, but still didn't want to quite risk it. And of course, unfortunately for OGX, RQ are just ready to pounce on it. That was a round that Orangutan should have won, but again, right, they try to go in for these really quick retakes. They haven't tried retaking as a high stack quite yet, and that seems to be the biggest problem here, because they're unable to really capitalize on the, the power of combining these ultimates.
Yeah, perhaps she was worried that RQ would recognize that they missed the molly, and so they'd probably push out the smoke. Or she knew that maybe an orbital strike was coming anytime soon, so you never blame them. Obviously, there's much more factors involved in this level of play. The absolute highest degree. Orbital showstopper available now for OGX, especially on their defense, and with the importance being placed here towards A, it's actually B that seems less reinforced and less ready for another RRQ hit.
And the hit is on indeed. Yumi already taking so much space towards that spawn. Casper is going to be the one to find that first blood. Trade coming through from Napsky at the very least. Orbital strike though from Casper, going to find that second crucial kill. And she's still going to be alive and kicking. Emmy able to get an upgrade right now. Going forward, charging in and finding a kill onto a Yumi. Orangutan, they have the numbers advantage for now, but Napsky in the corner. She strikes, she swings out, and she finds a couple of kills for herself. Once again, it's a 2v2 situation. Guns on sight, but no real scope of receiving it. And now Orbital Strike gonna be invested by Napsky to try and cut off this particular angle. Knows that the flank is coming in, and now that they have the spike, they're gonna be trying to get it down. It's gonna be the showstopper from Twirly, not quite connecting with Napsky, unfortunately. And in this 2v2, Japeems is able to just find that first kill. But it's gonna be Japeems on top, and Orangutan, they finally find a round. After 8 losses in a row, they bounce back.
Even with a 4K here from Napsky, just OGX able to come back with it off the Thrifty in the eco. What a way to do it as well. They still hold on to the
Last
Rolling Thunder
round in the
importantly, which
half.
could be a big crucial point of taking this 4th round of the half. Casper really starting things off here with a big pick, and then Josie had the orbital to follow on up. Emmy, even though they were taken on down, is more than enough for a player like the Peeps to play off of the contact being made there by Twirly, and the rest of the OGX team follow suit. So RRQ, a bit of a shock there, but I don't think they're shaken just yet nor stirred. They still have the orbital, but also, yeah, Rolling Thunder on either side. B main hit coming.
Indeed, they seem quite active actually. Perhaps they've knocked back a couple of martinis themselves. More with Red Bull than alcohol, I presume. But either way, I digress. Early alarm bot from a room off the space taken, being immediately broken, once again gives away to Orangutan that this B side is that possible point of contention. And they buy the fake. A quick rotation is coming on the opposite side of the map. And A side, it's almost completely vulnerable. Casper is the only one kind of rotating over to keep an eye on it at the very least. But for Orangutan's side, that quick derailment of that hit on that B side has left them in confusion.
Oh no! Oh, we got a free opening there to get the kill on Emmy. Doesn't connect, allows her to cross back into safety, but still Aruma is being taken on out to RQ. Find a pick nonetheless. Rolling Thunder for Rolling Thunder as a response.
It's just everybody being consecutively stunned here, but a little bit of utility spam from RRQ will keep them safe, at least for now. Casper once again able to not quite do the killing damage, but at least Messi is ready to capitalize. Ayumi in the corner goes unchecked, is able to just wreak havoc onto the remaining Legends of Orangutan. And while Japeeps does her best, at least finds that first kill, it will still be RRQ walking away with the win. 9-3. I feel like we've seen this number somewhere before, BNB.
Oh, definitely. And remember how it went. But in this case, at
Just
least,
that last map.
yeah, it wasn't the last round of the half, so who knows? Maybe OGX can still bring something here. They're on the favorite side on attack, but my favorite panelists are the ones coming on up, so how you guys doing? What you think?
Oh, stop, Black and Blue. You know, I'm the favorite panelist, not Quack, but we don't have a lot of time here, so let's get down to business. Okay, so while we were talking about stats, OGX looks a lot more, convincing in terms of numbers, right? Given the fact that it was a 13-9 loss compared to a 13-3. But coming into this game, RRQ is just looking a lot better. You can feel like whatever pressure they felt in the last game is starting to just slowly snowball into this game. But it's still a 9-3 half regardless, and as Black and Blue said, deja vu.
I guess that's what it is. I mean, it is interesting to think about, though, and that's why I'm really curious to know what the RQ players are like sometimes with their personalities. Coming into this game, you know, they lost the first 2 rounds, which is, you know, kind of standard if you lose the pistol, but then they came back in full force, winning that many rounds, 8 in a row. Having that kind of aggression really makes you think that Ayumi has that fire in her. And it's not just her this time. It's going to be Alaka, it's Napski, who's up there coming in with a lot of these post-plant plays sometimes and just having those positional reads. With how Napski almost won out that ace, I mean, it is sharp. But at the same time, I mean, of all the rounds that Orangutan comes back on, it's the thrifty.
Yeah.
So this game is far from over. Yes, I know it's a 9-3 right now, but depending on how this pistol goes, you can never ever count out your opposition.
That's right, and Orangutan is one of those teams that can definitely come back. Like I said before, it is gonna be the battle of the bull, just ramming their horns to each other. So we're just gonna toss it back to Zach and Black and Blue. Guys, what pizzas do you guys like?
Look, like
The one I
said,
don't have to
I'm
share
a very
with
boring
you.
person. Okay, that too. I don't like sharing my pizzas either. You're absolutely right. But in general, I think I gotta say it's gotta be the classic pizza. It's just a margarita. It's so good if you do it right. But if you're not here to hear us talk about pizzas, you can find us separately making other content related to food, probably on our social medias. But we're here to talk about the game. And Quack made a great point there before he tossed it over to us. He said, if this pistol it goes in favor of Orangutan, you never know what could happen. And that's exactly what we saw in Bind Black and Blue.
Any point that Quack makes is automatically great and amazing and
VCT
correct.
Pacific God.
That is what he is. He didn't have to do him like that. But yes. Yes, he is. RRQ, though, they are the ones who are looking here a bit more primed to joining that certain caliber play, to making themselves into the lower bracket final, which OGX last time around was able to accomplish, but their fate right now, it's in the hands of this pistol round.
So far, everything is quiet on the Western Front. Orangutan prioritizing that orb forming that they really love to do to get those ultimates online, and personally, which I am in full favor of. They look to move back towards this ace site where it's just a Killjoy, but I say just a Killjoy because Timmy the Turret is basically player number 6. So finally, they're going to be trying to make some headway on this particular site. Alaka towards the top, Shorty in hand, lying in wait for these players to push towards her. Mike going down will give away the Q, but she gets spotted out, and Emmy and Japeeps both find those openers, those crucial kills as that spike finally goes down. Twirly trying to do a little bit more damage towards the spawn side, deterring anyone from pushing through with the help of their satchel. And these 3 players from RRQ, they're just completely split apart. Orangutan, on the other hand, sticking together, just deterring. Yeah, it's gonna be RRQ players trying to find these kills to come back in. Iceberg and Ayumi, they find a couple of their own 2v2 situation. Now Casper in the corner, position no one, flash perfect, and Iceberg takes her down. And Ayumi, they make the comeback. It was a 3v5, Black and Blue, but still, RRQ, they clean house and they get to 10.
Yeah, they show that they can also bring those kind of comeback rounds their way where they suddenly turn it back in their favor. OGX, so that's a stunning loss to have the early picks and then still lose out in the bout. it really makes things a lot more desperate for a team who has already gotten themselves into elite anyways, but still, you want to be able to make sure you still put up the best performance in this case. They got the Bulldogs, they got the Vandal, and they've got everything going their way here now. RRQ coming into this round. You can see them trying to make sure, or rather establish early contact here towards A main. That they do. Confirm that there is presence from OGX.
Yeah, really nice guiding light there. And again, RQ, we've talked about this before, how they like to play for that early bit of information and make a move based off of it. Orangutan, their lurker, trying to make a little bit of noise towards his B side, but you can already see Iceberg lying in wait with the utility. Not going to be baited out though, and the jump peak will clear out whatever main space there is, aware of the possibility of the wraparound here, being surrounded on multiple sides, and Emmy is able to just walk up and find that crucial kill. Timing not in Iceberg's favor, and that's going to open up the side for Orangutan.
Oh, well, Alika shuts him down with a judge in hand. You can see them trying to go away, but also being wary of that judge. Pigtails on out. Nabsky being dealt with here. Off the flank in Cafeteria. It's a great shot from Casper to connect and really push and press the issue. OGX, they've got the player count advantage, but still weapons here heavily in the favor of RQ. Soul Bulldog and Emmy. Swing from Best, puts her out in the open, but she doesn't mind. She still wins that fight. Twirly, though, good for the one. A second here for Best. Emmy off the flag, and here they come. OGX, hold on and do not falter.
Paint check.
Very, very nice anti-eco coming out of them to be able to steal that round away, and they also get a Vandal for free, so definitely Orangutan, they're patting themselves in the back here. We talked about that post-plan positioning in that pistol round and how it was less than ideal. It's nice that Orangutan are very quick to adapt here. They set themselves up for success. In particular, I like that crunch coming in from Emmy and Casper towards the player, towards CT, right? You see the Prowler coming out of Emmy, it catches the player, and immediately the swing is there to find that kill onto that player and pick up that Bulldog. So definitely numbers, Orangutan, they played that to perfection. Now it's going to be the economic advantage on their side. Chipping's only a couple off that Rolling Thunder. The Nightfall is well closed for Emmy, so these initiators are able to find quite a bit of value for Orangutan's side. And this is how it starts. If they can win this round, maybe set up themselves up for that next one with those ultimate orbs and that farming, it might be the start of the comeback.
Contact being made here for RQ. They know that round should have been there. So look at the flank though, coming from Best. You might just find timing with Iceberg pulling attention her way here. That's a Yumi getting the one. They're chiming in on this fight. RQ are doing a good job of sending them into a scramble. The flank here also pulling attention as Aluka gets a pick off. And now it's a 2v2. Still weapons in the favor of OGX, but already Aluka at the ready. He has to hit the shot, cannot connect, and Bess is way too low HP. She has a Vandal though. Oh no, she's been spied. They know where she is. They can go towards the A site and gets pulled in her attention as well. Aruma connects, and that's OGX's fifth, but RQ still making sure they can do damage economically.
Yeah, they take down a couple of those weapons there, but Orangutan, they're still going to be able to buy up for this particular one. Not too much of a loss, all things considered. And the important thing is that, you know, Emmy had the Nightfall for that round, but they were confident enough to be able to win that 2v2 without, so that Orangutan, they have the potential for just snowballing all of these ultimates. Already, both initiators have theirs online, but also Ruma, just a couple off that lockdown orbital strike close to coming online for Casper as well. So definitely a lot of tools for Orangutan to work with over the course of this particular round. Again, you see that initial aggression coming out of Twirly. Gonna be caught by that flash stun combo, but in a safe place at least. Though Ayumi, she looks a bit hungry. She's gonna go hunting, trying to be that first point of contact. Nobody Twirly to really help her out at that. Oh, that's a beautiful Rolling Thunder to just catch her off guard, and Emmy quick to capitalize. Both of these players from Orangutan finding these openers, and now she brought down to 5 HP, take it down as well.
It's 2v5 as you said. Now it's looking to be in shambles here for RQ. No way that this is going to be another comeback story for OGX. No way they're going to let the ball slip once more. That's going to be something you can never let down too much when it happens too often. Haunt here is going to give away where Iceberg is. They know she's trapped in a corner, stuck in a hard place and nowhere to go. That's a 6 now for OGX as they're slowly building upon this, Zach. They're really cutting into this lead, much akin to what we saw in the second half of Bind a while ago, just previous.
Exactly. And they made that comeback to take it 13-11. The potential is there once again. RQ gonna be stuck in that economic rut after losing consecutive rounds of just not having a bye. They're gonna be taking a timeout. Ayumi does have that Blade Storm to work with, of course, and similar to Orangutan, they're gonna have those ults to counter, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough time. There are potential of letting Orangutan just have that same story work out for them again. And this again, when you talk about Orangutan, right? You have to call them the comeback queens of APAC. Ever since they made that comeback from 1-11 last year in open overtime, if I'm not wrong, against Sapphire, this is a team that is just incredibly resilient. Sometimes they make mistakes, sometimes they might not be at the best, but they always jump back in swinging. And that's what I like about them the most. Even if they're down these rounds, right? You see like a 10-3 scoreline, you're just like, I just go for the next game. But Orangutan are like, nope, until it's over, it's not over. They're like the fanatic of Game Changers APAC in that way. They just don't know when to give up.
I mean, no reason to give up when you're still in the bout, you're still in the fight. It's not about how hard you get hit, but it's about getting up after getting hit. And OGX, they know how to keep on fighting in this case. RRQ, still revenge. That's what they're aiming for here. For the team that sent them down to the lower bracket during open number 1. And yet we come on in here in this lower bracket as well, with RQ still not able to close it out just yet. Still faltering to possibly the same problems of what happened on Bind a while ago, where they could not lock it down. OGX should have every advantage in this round. Entirety of the retake from RQ coming from A main.
Yeah, huge flank. Quite literally all the players coming in, but the turret's gonna give that information away. I don't know if they're gonna expect the entire RQ squad to be coming through, but it's just this Orangutan squad, they're being caught off guard here. The kills finally come through though. Best gets a couple with the Sheriff. Aluka, the only one left standing right now, trying to do a little bit more damage. And in this 1v2, with that spike having gone down, the clock is ticking. Aluka does have that lockdown, but I don't think we're gonna really see it get invested at this point. It seems like RQ, they're okay with kind of losing this round, just content with doing that little bit of damage, and Aluka able to at least cross over to side. Spike in the corner. She's gonna try to just tap the spike, bait it out, but Emmy will find that final kill. And Orangutan, they were ready for it this time, Black and Blue. They had the utility and the deterrence power to just fight RQ on their own terms, and this time they went out.
Well, in this case, the only fight they have to continue to put up is one round. You get one round, you build upon that, you move forward into the next. And that's all that really matters. So you can continue on forward with that, then you can see RRQ start to recompose themselves. Operator out now here for Yumi. They are coming from the B main, the brunt of the push. And you can see them kind of squeezing away at that bridge, at the northern side of the map. Allows them to kind of focus on in and really tell where this push is coming from. Lockdown, anyways, is going to take away the site itself. But the problem is, since they got nobody here towards that spawn, there's no way for them to know if somebody's crawled up there, and OGX can take that away. And you see it here right now. They're pushing forward from spawn, and RRQ are going to have a lot to deal with.
The only problem is that they burned that, Orangutan burned that orbital strike. Casper goes down as well, so the kills, they go in favor of RRQ, and with RRQ being able to take this underside control, they're going to be putting down that lockdown of their own. No deterrence available from Orangutan's side either to somehow break it, and now OG, they're going to be forced to fall back here into Ayumi's hands. Twirly finds 2 kills, but still, the numbers, they remain in favor, and oh my god, Ayumi's still able to stay alive and find that no-scope before going down. Brings it down to a 1v1, but Aluka's positioning is just too good for Twirly to deal with, and yeah, that's gonna be the defuse, and the operator possibly retreats as well. No hurry for Aluka. She'll just walk back and take it. Relaxing.
Got time. Run. Run, Aluka, run. Yeah, she's got time to make it, and luckily here, RRQ are just... They were able to take that underpass away. Without that, this could have been disastrous. Aluka also at least follows up on the shot there. Ayumi almost got the collat too, but it came down to such dire straits. The lockdown really saving them there to buy them the space that they needed, because OGX had a pretty good position to hold on in that post plant. They had CT entirely under control, and then they also had B main, which just makes it so much more difficult for RRQ. Up, still alive. They got the Rolling Thunder as well.
Yeah, I would like to break apart that last round a little bit more when we have time, but for now, Alika, she's going to be the only one positioned on this particular site with their teammate Best. Both of these players not on site exactly, but still able to get the spam damage through. Takes out Casper, and now that's going to be the Rolling Thunder to boot. At least Twirly is able to invest that Showstopper to find the trade, but that's going to leave Orangutan without any ults for this post plant. It's just going to come down to the gunfights here, and Alika already on the flank, able to find a power position towards this top site area. Now, Orangutan, they're kind of stuck on site here. They're getting surrounded on multiple fronts by these RRQ players, and Twirly on site alone has a lot of damage to do by herself. Molly gonna be put as well in the corner, not touching Casper though, so she's still gonna be able to hold down that angle. Goes and checks. It's just gonna be her versus the world, and it's gonna be just a 1v1. Japeeps almost gets it.
Gun here.
Ayumi at the end.
Imagine.
The gun having been swapped out. Imagine the collab. Imagine the lineup, but no, it's RRQ finding match points.
Imagine if she continued that spray and a stray bullet just happened to connect on a Yumi swinging. That would have been immaculate. But now the hopes and dreams of OGX, they all lie on this single round now. Twirly at least gets a kill there with a Showstopper, but they don't take the round, and otherwise it could have been different here. Timeout called by OGX. And you're looking now at OGX too. What heroics can they bring out once more? Akin to Bind, Rolling Thunder is what Japeeps has got. But will that be enough?
The saving grace for Orangutan here, apart from the Rolling Thunder, of course, is just the fact that they have enough money to buy. They were able to build up enough of an economic buffer over their 4-round wins that they are not facing that particular issue, at least. The problem is that they just don't have the rounds to work with anymore. They're going to have to win 5 in a row to take us to overtime and possibly continuing their journey in this lower bracket. Otherwise, it's just going to be RRQ walking away with the victory and rematching against Fulson and Sapphire later. So for Orangutan, at least, a lot is on stake. 5 rounds in a row, that's what they need. We've seen them do it before, but talking about both of these teams and the way they're playing, right? Orangutan, they're just constantly reacting to whatever RRQ are doing. In fact, in the last couple of rounds, RRQ have been happy to play for the retake. They know that OGX have been going for these very quick and heavy hits on sight. And when Orangutan, they push just a little bit too far, RRQ, they're ready to capitalize and find the control. They're also pushing multiple lanes here. RRQ are able to just sneak up and surround Orangutan on multiple fronts for the retake. And Orangutan, they just haven't been able to deal with it.
Oh, for sure. And if that's a problem they're going to run, or going to face here rather, time and time on over, you know, you can't expect OGX to continue on long, because RRQ have just been setting every plan in place. The retake has been more often than not effective, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the idea moving forward on their fractured play here, because if they can't really get themselves going early on, anchoring down might just leave them into a position where that Rolling Thunder will be more effective. So Ayumi playing really up front here, off angle, Trailblazer, just to gather information that confirms her suspicions of A main. The spike is still towards Arcade though.
There. Okay.
Just a little bit of casual faking being done by Twirly here. Although with the turret being broken, at least RRQ are aware that Orangutan are going for a bit more of a default playstyle, default heavy playstyle, looking to create a little bit of pandemonium around the map before they really go for a hit. Now, we're going back to the very first round of this game where we saw that quick hit towards Arcade coming out of RRQ. Orangutan. They need to complete it. Guns in hand, Rolling Thunder that we talked about for Japeeps finally being invested here. They look to push forward, but that's a beautiful molly that just keeps Alika alive for now. With all these players pushing her, though, she's got no chance in Aruma. Finally takes her down. Iceberg, the sole player on site, gets the spray down. And Orangutan, they're in a 2v2. Iceberg on site, just being that anchor. Now Casper, the last hope, but the flank from Ayumi, it's there on time, and it will be Orangutan eliminated, and RRQ moving on in that lower bracket, 13-7.
Well, finally, RRQ get the job done. It extended even further than we thought it would have after that opening half on Bind. But in this case, no more superstitions to be wary of. They finally get the job done. They do not let it slip this time around. And you can see here really that once RRQ were able to really kind of compose themselves, stabilize, and gain that composure back, they were just smooth sailing to the finish line.
Yeah, they make it all the way, and now we have a rematch on our hands. It's none other than Fulson Sapphire facing off against RRQ Kaguya. Now this year, so far, it hasn't gone very well for the Kaguya squad, but hey, you never know. This might be when we see the tables turn, but before we head into that match, we still gotta break down this one, so panelists, take it away.
It was a 3-map full of tech pauses, insane plays, and aggression. As I said before, 2 bold locking horns, and we finally find the victor, and it's going to be RRQ Kaguya. What it looked like, OGX was able to make a comeback once again like they did on map 2. This time, it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, it's one of those feelings, right? I mean, they performed a miracle on Bind, the previous map, but as we move over onto this one, Lightning, I guess sometimes it doesn't really strike the same place twice, and that's the thing. They're just this team that has so much potential. You love to watch them, you really do, and they're always knocking on that door. Can I get to 2nd or 3rd place? But I guess right now, still being gate-kept by RRQ, who are, by every step of the way, every mean necessary, out on top. Look at the individual firepower right now. All the kills out on top of the OGX players. Ayumi, of course, leading the charge, but everyone else has kind of stepped up too. Iceberg, Napsky, Alika, Bess as well, coming in with some assists. It's incredible performance, and like what Black and Blue mentioned when they came back in to kind of calm themselves down with that composure going into the second half, that's where they really started to find their stride.
It feels like for RRQ, playing aggressively was something that they always wanted to do. We saw that happen on the first part of the second half, where we saw Ayumi really pushing forward, and it happened so many times on A main, on B main, and even push-outs toward arcade. When playing aggressive didn't happen, we saw a lot of just brawls happening from A main and B main. When that didn't work out, RRQ decided, okay, let's push out from either arcade or even drop, allowing OGX to get out to side, and that's where things start to get very sketchy in my opinion, because by that time OGX was prepared with that, I would say, that the post-plant situation, which really does allow them to play retakes. But end of the day, these last few rounds that RRQ was able to really cinch has been really down to the wire. It was basically maybe a barely alive Ayumi, or maybe Iceberg getting a 2-3 pick,
Barely alive, damn, Tash.
She was so
but
low.
Yeah, no. It kind of feels like that sometimes, right? They're always going at it really hard and trying to find whatever they can. You can definitely feel that towards the second half, once OGX started to mount that little bit of a comeback, Ayumi really wanted to force that pressure again and starting to over peak a lot and trying to find kills to get herself back into the game. It didn't quite happen until round 17's timeout. That's when RRQ bounced back. That's when they start to play, that defense game a lot better. That's when they start to play together a lot better. Yeah. And kind of just hiding on the side, having some of these positional reads and plays, having the protocols to retake together as a team. Even in that final round, with the way that they actually controlled tower and stalled for as long as possible for Ayumi to make that long trip down, attacker spawn back towards tree to get that final kill. Yeah. This is the RQ that we want to see.
Exactly. And I think that, after that round as well, I was really questioning why is it that RQ didn't want to play this default sort of way. Why didn't they play a little bit more back? Because I feel like when they play together, when they can provide the other support, that is when we really start to shine. And I guess it's because I think in a way, we did talk about stamina for a little just now during the game, and we were just wondering how is the stamina going? Can they go for these 3 games? We start to see a little bit more of those mistakes start to happen, a little bit more of these forces start to happen. And at times I was questioning, are the decisions for Ayumi to push out even communicated to her teammates? Why was there no, maybe an aftershock coming through, or maybe a conquest, or even a flash? And after that timeout, maybe that was exactly what they needed. Regardless, I'm really hoping that the girls will be able to get their rest really quickly. We'll be having a very long break before our final series of the day. But again, big props to OGX. One of the most massive improvements I've seen so far, even in terms of firepower, and I'm so excited to see more from them soon.
Yeah, right. And it's just so much potential in all of them. It's not just Torley. Torley is incredible as this insane duelist player. But at the same time, we've seen greatness today from players like Aruma, Emmy, who's coming in on the Phoenix at times, and of course, Japips. She's so fun to watch at times, trying her darndest, really, in some of these rounds to try to pull things back. There was that one play that she had on the A site, holding the off angle. The incendiary wasn't touching her, but then at the end of it, one extra player comes her way, and it's just a little bit unfortunate. But it makes you think. OGX, you know, they fix some of these things, they come back, they could be really, really strong.
Yeah, but for now, let's have a little bit of an interview with the team who just got this win. RRQ on the line. Let's see who it is. Here we go. Oh, it's
Hi.
Iceberg. Hi, Iceberg. How you doing?
Hello.
Oh my gosh, she's so shy. And of course, we have with her is, I believe it's the coach. Is that Ducky?
Yes.
Yes, finally, it's the real Ducky. Sorry, there has been a
Not
Ducky that's
fake
been
one,
going
yeah.
around, a fake one. So I was wondering if it was the real one this time. So how do you guys feel? You guys went against OGX, one of the most, I would say, intense tug of war matches all the way to game number 3. How is your mental feeling right now?
We're feeling pretty good. Obviously, I mean, those maps shouldn't have even gotten that close, to be honest. Just need to clean up these mistakes. But, I mean, they played well. You know, just need to close out some of these maps a little earlier.
Yeah, I think that's really important, especially, I mean, you could see that everyone started to step up a lot more. Napski getting a lot more kills in this final map as well. But the one thing I'm really curious to know about is, you know, there was that slight comeback coming in from OGX, and then I assume you called the timeout in round 17. What was the kind of conversation that took place there? How did you bring the girls back into the game?
I mean, we were fragging them out all game, right? Getting the initial picks and everything. It's just a matter of like, you know, calming down during like that chaos on their retakes, and then just processing where they're coming from, and then just closing out the map at that point.
Right, and you know, coming back into the game as well. I mean, we saw how, you know, how the comeback from Bind, and then, you know, coming through toward the game itself. What was the mindset like coming from Bind, you know, after the intense comeback from OGX and moving into Fracture itself?
Honestly, like, we haven't practiced Bind for like a week and a half, obviously, because we've been in this tournament. So it was a good look to see like where we kind of stand with it. Obviously, our tech side needs a little fixing, but other than that, it looked good to me. But yeah, they played pretty well. They knew how to counter the harbor stuff pretty well, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, we kind of lost it ourselves. It's not really, they didn't do anything, you know, crazy.
Right, got it. Okay, so final question from me. Now you're gonna be doing another game after this against Full Sand Sapphire. What's the team stamina like? What's the morale like? And how do you guys think that you guys are gonna be facing the team after this?
Yeah, so I mean, we've been looking for this. Like, we weren't even throughout the day. We were just looking for this rematch. That's all we really cared about. At the end of the day, you know, FS are good friends of ours. But you know, we need to get over that mental hump of ours and put that dagger in, you know.
Well, big props to you guys. Good luck. I'm gonna let you guys rest and prepare for your next match. And wishing you guys the best after this. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
I mean, you heard that, right? They are definitely good friends. If you guys didn't know, over during Ascension, Full Sand Sapphire went to watch Ascension, and I happened to run into them hanging out with RRQ over at John's Market, and you know, they are definitely two teams that are very, very close. So it must mean, you know, as Ducky said, it has to mean something going up against them.
I mean, for sure. I think it's just a little bit of that grudge match because, you know, they're familiar with each other, right? But at the same time, in the game, you know, we are enemies. And that's the main thing because Full Sense knocked RRQ down into the lower bracket. So we're out for blood. He heard him. He said something about a dagger. So, I mean, the next one is going to be fun. But they do have to go in for like a full, proper reset.
Yeah, that's right. Let's just hope they don't bring the dagger to a gunfight. Anyways, we're gonna go for a quick break. When we come back, the last series of the day. We'll see you guys in a little while.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. They are standing.
We back again. We back again. back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Map another Series 1 was a banger, and so was Series 2. And the winner for Series 2 goes to this series, which is the lower bracket finals. What a long intro. Tashman alongside Quack, and today is gonna be a very long day, but I am here for it.
You're here for it with the head movement and everything.
I don't know where that came from. I don't know where that came from.
It's hype. That's what's happening right now. First of all, it's a bit of a grudge match, Tash. Full Sense Sapphire, although they lost to SMG, now they're playing against RRQ. They were the ones who knocked RRQ down into the lower bracket. So it's going to be a little bit poetic if RRQ can actually take the series.
It is very poetic. It's a tale of two teams. They are very, very good friends, but in game they are such intense.
They're bitter rivals. They hate each other.
Why do you gotta ruin it for me, Quack? But anyways, coming into this game, like Quack said, it's going to be a grudge match. It's a match where RRQ Kaguya wants to have their revenge arc for sending them down to the lower bracket. And you know, as you said, poetic. This time, if they win, they send Full Sense Sapphire home. And the winner gets to meet SMG in the grand finals tomorrow in a best of 5. And I'm really excited about that because we've seen both teams play today. So both teams technically will be playing 2 series for today. So let's start with Full Sense first. And what we saw from today from Full Sense was, I would say, sheer, not just firepower from Muffin, but also we start to see Full Sense Sapphire show us what teamwork and friendship means.
That's the craziest thing about these guys. I mean, again, we kind of know the story between these two teams. Not only have they played once in the upper bracket of this event, Open 3, they've also played like so many times last year, back when they were, X10 and Alter Ego Celeste and all that stuff. And there's this huge history between the both of them. But now Margot joining Full Sense Sapphire, she used to be on together with the previous RQ guys, and that's the craziest thing. So, I mean, you're borrowing a lot, but at the same time, you're trying to find that control still. Margot having to join this roster, trying to fit in along with everyone else. We've seen how Muffin can go crazy at times. But again, at the core of it, it's Ginny as the IGL, Baby TZ anchoring down sites, Pulley as the controller, Margot just trying to initiate.
Honestly, when you talk about these teams, right? I mean, we just saw RRQ Kaguya play less than about 30 minutes ago, and I think that it was such a tug of war for them. They went all the way to a map 3 as opposed to Full Sense Sapphire winning a 2-0. And at the same time, you can really tell that their limits were very much tested when they were up against Orangutan X. And we had this conversation just now about these teams' stamina. And given the fact that RRQ just finished a game compared to Full Sense Sapphire, who played earlier today and had longer rest, can RRQ Kaguya manage to overcome this hurdle to make it to the top?
That's the question, right? And I mean, they want to do it. I mean, they've been trying to do it for, quite a while. You look at some of their match histories, and they've lost to Full Sense Sapphire like 3 times in a row now. That cannot feel good. There's a bit of that mental block. But that said, I think based on what we've seen so far today from the first 2 series, it sets us up perfectly for the lower final, because you already saw FSS against SMG a little bit shaky, Tash, just a little bit. That series went by kind of like shoom, and just it was done. And then this one with RQ versus OGX, it was big firepower. I think they stand a chance.
I really think they do stand a chance, but let's have a look at Napsky and Margot. Both players, I would say Sentinel/controller, but they're technically doing the same job when you think about it. Napsky has been massive when it comes to those last-minute clutch situations. Not just clutches, but rather, if say Ayumi were to go down, who is there going to be there to trade her? It's going to be Napsky from the back line. Same goes for Margot. And I think for Margot, a lot of her control, we've seen it happen on Bind, and we've seen it happen on Pearl. She sets it up so perfectly for her team that they don't have to worry too much about losing control of the entire area. It buys her team a lot of time for that rotations as well. And I have to say, between these two, while their ACS is very different, but I think in terms of in-game performance as well as usage of their utilities, it's almost on par.
Yeah, and that's the main thing for me. The reason why these two players were picked, because we've been talking about the duelists. You know, we already know how strong Ayumi as well as like friggin' Muffin is. But the other thing is, for these two girls, they're always kind of somewhat overlooked. They're always the backline support players, and that's why it's so important for them to be the ones to kind of step up in this series. If they can frag out just as well and still provide that support and utility for the team, that's what's the thing that's going to carry the team over the finishing line.
Yeah, but looking at this map, you're gonna be seeing Pearl for the, I don't know, third time today, alongside Lotus and Fracture. Now, we've seen Pearl and Fracture play, not Lotus quite yet, so I'm very much looking forward to that. We had this conversation about how Full Send Sapphire is one of those teams that has been pretty much undefeated on Lotus, and I am curious to see how RRQ Kaguya fares. But enough about that, I'll keep our eyes on Pearl right now, because we know that for RRQ Kaguya, they've had a pretty, I would say, solid run on Pearl. They do pretty well on this map, but for Full Send Sapphire, they are not bad as well.
They're usually not bad. Usually, right?
Usually, but against SMG was a different story.
That's the thing. That's why that's why we're thinking about this. It's a different story, and they really need to kind of relook what just happened. How can they kind of turn things around? When they also last played this map, you know, against RQ Kaguya in the group stage, they won 13-2. So it's not as if FSS are like not great on this map. It's just a lot of it is mental, and I think that was the main story for FSS versus SMG. They kind of, I don't know, psyched themselves out, and they were holding a lot of like passive positions and passive angles, which I guess if you're playing against SMG, they just run you over.
I mean, we've seen them play against OGX on Pearl. 13-7, I would say it was a pretty good run, and they do pretty well on the attacking side. And you know, and this comes down to the comp that they played, and we saw this exact same comp played earlier today. And I think that in terms of how they play, it's very textbook, it's very direct, straight to the point. But when you compare them to SMG, what they were lacking was just that confidence and that firepower. But RRQ Kaguya, on the flip side, is a team that relies on that firepower. They love playing aggressive. We saw that a lot from Ayumi and Aluka. But for RRQ Kaguya, I think one of their biggest problems is after a while, when their mental starts to shake, it really shows in their gameplay.
So for both teams, they kind of need to borrow a bit of each other's strengths and weaknesses, right?
Exactly.
Full Sense needing the confidence, RQ needing a little bit more control, and that's the main thing. We need to see a tempered Ayumi, someone who's not just trying to make things happen on her own, but rather working together with the team. Meanwhile, for Full Sense Sapphire, just a lot more confidence to play their own game, rather than trying to psych themselves out and whatnot. I mean, we've seen these compositions, no huge changes whatsoever. And I guess that's just what it comes down to, you know? Who can frag out the best? And if you look at Full Sense Sapphire, when they last played against RQ Kaguya on this map, they were so strong. 13-2 was the win. Margot had 16 kills. She was the second highest fragger, apart from like Iceberg and Muffin. And that's what I'm looking out for. If these players can step up, that's going to be the thing to win it.
I think, if anything, for Full Send Sapphire, we talk about control, and they are also a team that like to capitalize on the enemy team's mistakes. So if, say, that we start to see the shake happen from RRQ Kaguya, that is when we start to see, I would say, that snowball effect start to happen for Full Send Sapphire. Because yes, they need to make these, I would say, dominating rounds happen in order to feel hot, and they need to chain these rounds together, and that is what I'm expecting to see from Full Send Sapphire. But if, say, RQ Kaguya maintains the momentum, maintains the aggression, is able to play together, Full Send Sapphire might not be able to make it. Regardless of the story that we go to, Pearl is on the menu. Gonna toss it over to our casters. This time around is Zach and Dax.
A matchup full of history. You know these names. You know these teams have made it to the finals before in their different iterations, but only one can make it now. RQ Kaguya and, of course, Full Sense Sapphire facing off yet again, but this time, it's elimination time here, Zach. I'm very excited to be working with you, though. Dax and Zach, we're like a pack here.
Yeah, we're the new combination, the new combo on the block really here to set the streets on fire. But you mentioned it, Dax. You talked about the stakes here, and of course history. Unfortunately, it can't be said to be on RRQ Kaguya's side this time around. This entire year, in fact, Full Sense, they've not only been winning, they've been able to win 2-0. So history not in their favor, but they are coming off on a little bit of an advantage today. Full Sense, they're reeling with that loss they took against SMG in that first game of the day at RRQ. They're coming off a win. So at least that momentum, it's going to be in their favor, especially when you do consider that this first map, it's Pearl. A map where we just saw RRQ walk away with a win and Full Sense take a devastating loss.
Isn't that the story so far? Today we have seen both of these teams play on Pearl, yes. But you mentioned it, the momentum, negative on the side of Full Sense Sapphire, a little bit more positive for RRQ Kaguya instead. And Sapphire, they need to reel it back, they need to recover if they want to continue on their win streak versus RRQ Kaguya. If you notice also, the previous history, something we mentioned a few days prior actually, almost every single time these two teams faced off, it led to an overtime game. The only time it didn't was the last time they faced off when it was more of Full Sense Sapphire dominance. But I love this map pick from RRQ Kaguya, not only because they won versus Orangutan X, but if you remember last time they faced off against each other in the upper bracket, since RRQ Kaguya was a bit scared of what Full Sense Sapphire did to them in the Switch stage, RRQ Kaguya banned this instead. And now they're back, now they're ready, and seems like there is a lot more positivity here for RRQ Kaguya moving forward.
That's the spirit, right?
Yeah.
Even if you do go down on a map, you pick it again, you try to make it, you try to push it through. And RRQ, hopefully they've definitely done some learning since that Switch stage, because I think that Quack brought it up. It was a 13-2 the last time around in Full Sense's favor. So RRQ, they've gone back to the drawing board. They've been able to showcase that they're very good on this map against so many other teams over the course of this playoffs. But now against their oldest rival. In fact, the core of Sapphire was the one that took down the core of Kaguya to make it to Game Changers Championship last year for anybody who was watching. So this is the most grudge match in the history of APAC grudge matches.
And yeah, you were there, I was there at the audience, Margo was there around also, facing off against maybe perhaps some former teammates on the other side. We begin though now the action yet again. RRQ Kaguya not skipping a beat whatsoever. They're straight onto the action. Of course, back-to-back series. Gonna be a bit tiring here for Kaguya, but immediately they get to B site already being held by Kaguya. They have Hulk's control as well. Ayumi, the hold close, Trailblazer with a stun. Nice pick from Margo, and here she comes!
One
Two
enemy
from Margo to
remaining.
begin with. Full
Spike
Sense
down,
Sapphire back in action immediately. It's 3v1. Navsky now found out her life snatched by Margo, and Sapphire takes the pistol.
I'm glad that you brought up Margo here, because again, she's one of those names that's been around ever since, I don't know, 2021. She used to be on Alter Ego, but she took a little bit of a break, and now she's back swinging for the Full Sense Sapphire side. So it's been very interesting to see her kind of evolve as this player over the course of the last couple of years. In particular, this Harbor Viper pick, we talk about it a lot when it comes to Pearl, but Full Sense Sapphire, they're the team that has been sticking with it ever since the beginning, and it's really, really working out for them. I also think that for Sapphire, they're a bit more calm than they usually are. Usually you see them getting extremely aggressive like they are now.
Yeah, I guess they're taking a few lessons when they face off against Team SMG. A bit more reserved, knowing exactly how Kaguya plays. And on the anti-eco, it's clean from Pauly. This defense is still held together by Margo and Pauly. They've been running double wall for this open for this reason. They have so many modules of control, and now with such a reserved hand, they already wipe out RRQ. So 2-0, Sapphire sets the tempo early.
They're really, really good at cycling these smokes. You brought up the double, we talked about the double controllers, but they just use the kit to full utility. Like, just Pauly, even in these anti-eco rounds, being able to set up that one way and play off of it, and just the positioning out of Full Sense, right? They have the read on RRQ in most of these rounds, and that's where both of these teams mainly seem to differ. RRQ, they certainly have the firepower to match up against Sapphire, but Sapphire, their positioning on Pearl in particular is just so clean compared to how RRQ likes to play. They're just waiting, almost like they read RRQ step by step every single inch of the way.
They probably put in the study especially. And truthfully for me, as Kaguya now have the rifles, this is a must-win for RRQ Kaguya. You look at the next two maps, those were the two maps in the upper bracket that Full Sense Sapphire took RRQ Kaguya down. Speaking of who's going down, Ayumi and Bess have already been felled. A strong start to the bonus here for Full Sense Sapphire. Baby Teasy, 5 HP. But a chance now with the Vandal in hand. Crossfire being set alongside Polly. Both of these two targets so low on the HP. Perhaps if Ginny can get in there, go for a big regrowth, it can help out Sapphire in this pinch. But for now, Kaguya has to disengage, and it's a perfect time to reset here for Full Sense.
Yeah, Baby TC not going to be able to get the heal, but still 4 out of 5 players looking very healthy is a nice way to start this round, especially with when you pull out the heavy hitters like Ayumi and one of the controllers best going down here. In fact, the only controller for the side of RRQ, my pardon. Now Napsky on the opposite side of the map, going for a bit of a lurk, exploring it, but Full Sense, they're happy to just stick together, and now that they've confirmed this numbers advantage, they don't want to really let it go.
And we've seen from
30
them they're
seconds
stellar
left.
on the retake. As of now, though, anticipating a rotation perhaps into CT. Lurk from Navsky, trying at least to find an opening, but it's not just one, but two awaiting her if she dares cross through the waters. A site free now for the take. On the Kaguya side, the guiding light is looking for confirmation as well, and nice
10
splash,
seconds
even
left.
making it past the flower archway. This is intel now. RQ, known to be on that A site. Full Sense here, regrouping, but they have to be very, very careful. Navsky in position. This might be great timing here for Kaguya, but the rest of Full Sense already in pursuit of the site. Iceberg gets one, Ginny with a trade. Navsky getting in position for the flank, buffing on the board. Here comes the rifle, letting it rip. Now they know Navsky's behind them, but Paulie in cover. Goes for the half defuse. Well, actually, a stick it anyway. Guarded by Muffin. And the third round won by Sapphire.
Bonus going extremely well for them. Not only did they win the round, they managed to pick up 2 rifles for absolutely free. Also charging up those ultimates. But of course, this start, right? You see that aggression that RQ showed against Orangutan, but it's just that, again, Sapphire, they're just so ready for it. They have that crossfire set up, the Molly as well for additional stopping power, and combined with that debuff provided by that Viper Wall of Poly, it's just too much for RQ to really bite off here, and now we're going to see a timeout coming out from them. They were able to at least get that spike down, so might have enough money to force together another purchase, but with the way Sapphire are setting up this defense, there's just no easy way for them to really push a lane. So far, it's been very quick hits. Maybe it's a little bit of conditioning that they're trying to put in, but overall, Sapphire, they have their opponents numbered. They're just so aware.
I think that's the key word, right? Awareness. And finally, since we're on broadcast together, Zach, I can actually say this while we're casting together. Guys, if you don't know Zach by this point yet,
Oh, no.
she is basically the encyclopedia of game changers, APAC as well as EMEA. 2 regions, not just one. And that allows me to ask you this question. Why do you think Full Sense Sapphire has such a strong read on RQ Kaguya? Because ever since Elite last year, right, it's just been Sapphire all the way beating out this core that you see on the other side.
I mean, they've had 2 years to do their research for sure, but I think it mainly comes down to the mentality. Of course, last year with Ginny and squad being able to find that victory over Alter Ego, they're just so much more confident. And the second factor would be, of course, RRQ losing one of their most valuable players, if not their most valuable one. Inari was always that X factor for that Alter Ego squad, and without her being a factor anymore, this new iteration is just, it doesn't seem to be as firepower heavy, and they're kind of paying for it because compared to Alter Ego, I gotta say that Sapphire always had a deeper playbook, and now they're able to fully tap into it.
Yeah, and RQ Kaguya is the one who had to really modify their playstyle, right? Here we go, though. Ginny gets one, but Ayumi sees them lined up. 2 on the board for Ayumi. If she gets heated up, that's a threat that Full Sense Sapphire will need to deal with. Muffin respects this immediately. Backs away. Nabsky, though, timing perfect. And Kaguya now giving themselves a chance to play towards A.
Now the aggression coming out of Full Sense, it's going to be punished here. Advantage gained by RRQ. Spike going down as well, and it's going to be a 2v4 attempt on this
Spike
retake.
plant.
No lockdown available either, and a beautiful cloudburst to let Aluka get back to safety.
Please some cover as main will be held by Arca. RQ on the post plant. You also have Nabsky nearby still. He's been strong on opportunity. Iceberg with the flank, so many angles being taken here by Sapphire. They need to clear one out as quickly as possible.
Last
And
man
Baby
standing.
TZ does so
One
with
enemy
impunity. 2
remaining.
for Baby TZ. Always valuable in these scenarios. 1v1 now. The turret to go for confirmation. But Iceberg slips by. This is going to be perfect here for Iceberg. Baby TZ, an inkling of intel, yes, but not enough to work with. RRQ get on the board.
A second win.
Very nice round coming out of them. Ayumi, of course, being able to find those two openers, but their post-plant positioning, it was really good. They were able to play like this double crossfire. Of course, the timings that our Sapphire were able to find enabled them to find a lot of these kills. For a 2v4, that still got way too close for comfort. But Iceberg, like you mentioned, always very dependable in these kind of 1v1 situations, and she's able to clutch it out. RQ Kaguya now close to a multiple snowball of ults because they have 4 that are almost ready to go to counter those available for Sapphire already.
Yeah, they have a bunch of utility to work with too, but you make a good point there, Zap. Iceberg and I'd say Nabsky also, core members of our Kaguya. They're not the most, I'd say, annihilation heavy kind of players. Instead, they're more opportunistic. And you see it from how their playstyle has evolved, be a bit more tactical. We heard it a bit also from the interview with Lucky a while ago. But here we have it, Margot now holding down the line. First, second, and third! Well, that's just pretty much a home run from her by this point. They line up yet again, and those are the unfortunate moments for RQ Kaguya. They swing, and they get connected on by the opposition instead.
That's the kind of gameplay that really makes me mauled in particular, because you have Aluka for the flashes, you have Iceberg for the drone, but you just take these kind of dry contact angles, and when a player like Margot has an angle like that, you're going to be sure that she's going to be heading in for the punish.
Yeah.
2v5 situation. This doesn't look very good.
No, I think exactly that's the thing. You were talking about how Alter Ego Celeste was back then, and maybe some of those tendencies still do rear its ugly head from time to time. We know how incredible Aluka and Ayumi can be in those kind of contact positions, but Sapphire, they're ready for this, and as per usual, they set things up and knock things down. Flawless immediately, the answer from Sapphire.
Every single one of RRQ's players died in the same spot, so we should just put like a big X on that site. So don't come here.
Don't go here.
Do not enter. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200.
If you have the heat map on the map, this is a no-no zone encircled.
The hotspot.
Maybe it'll give us a bit of reception too, but as of right now, Full Send Sapphire looking like the Full Send Sapphire that we know and love. They're just so prime and ready for doubling down on certain angles. You have some strong anchors, and compared to when they were facing off against Team SMG a while ago, they're doing a good job keeping Baby TZ as well as Muffin alive to play a little bit later on into the round. Blade still available for Ayumi. An eco here for RRQ, a hero bulldog for Aluka, and 5 ultimates to work with. Can they unleash the fury though towards his site? Sapphire's already so prepared for this. 3 of them waiting for the opportunity. The dart though into play. The execute now coming the way of Full Send Sapphire. Jinny gets one, but Baby TZ from utility in the gunplay. It's enough to wipe them out. 5-1 now, and immediately RQ's gone.
You said they had all those ultimates and immediately there's nobody left alive. Baby TZ, I think that was one with the molly, one with the gun, and one with the turret. Really showing why she is one of the best killjoys in APAC. Already 8-3, and it's been like only 6 rounds, and they barely come to her site half the time. So very, very impressive results coming out of Baby TZ here. Operator's still going to be in the hands of Muffin, who hasn't had much of an opportunity to really use it, because by the time she gets in position, everybody else is kind of already dead. So a bit rough.
Well, it's not her site being hit right now. And Sapphire, we've seen this play from them before. The defensive protocol always puts Baby TZ in pretty much a power position between Secret and Dugout, right? And from that point on, that's the lane she holds. RRQ tries to pressure it. They get punished accordingly. This time around, though, dangerous for Kaguya. If they don't realize the op is in hand, Muffin waiting. I think she let it ring, has to dash on out because there's pressure. So RRQ at least, they get a bit closer than expected. And the Cosmic Divide's there too.
Just come through, and it's gonna be Muffin position revealed. Full Send's forced off of the side, but the lockdown is going to be put down early by RRQ to confirm the spike plants. It's going to be an open plants as well, so that counter lockdown available from Full Send, it's not going to be as much of a threat coming in. However, there's a lot of ultimates available for this particular retake. Nabsky in particular going to be caught in that backside, so that's a free kill that RRQ can possibly lose here.
Well, they need Nabsky there to begin with, just to pull the attention and not let Muffin get in a good position with the operator. Here we go, though. That's a progress, but Muffin and Jinny so quick already. 2 for Muffin along the board. 3 down at the side of Kaguya. They have the dart to work with. They also have a few stars, sure, but Polly on top of things. And yet again, it's all Full Send Sapphire. They're already going for the defuse. They went for the Reckoning as well. And in the end, the floodgates do burst, and Full Send Sapphire are just absolutely swimming in it.
Yeah, they were so methodical about that retake, right? It's like they're segmenting that site into portions. Backside, clear. Onside, clear. And then you can see how Muffin really wields that operator, just clearing out angle by angle. Her getting 2 kills there with the operator in the kind of post plan that RQ were trying to set up is just absolutely legal. And despite Kaguya planning for that lockdown, they just weren't ready for that concentrated pressure that Sapphire were able to really bring in on that retake. Really, really good work by them. And once again, they're going to be kind of at that back foot.
Yeah, and the 6-1 standing we've seen from RQ Kaguya in their face-off against Orangutan X. Usually they're the ones with the lead, but here we go yet again. Ginny is the one stepping on the first. Make that a second yet again! Again and again. It's just repetitive by this point. Fulls and Sapphire, they hold these power positions as aggressive as can be, and they come out ahead from it. It's 3 versus 1 immediately. In what, 20 seconds as soon as the round started, RRQ booted out, and it becomes a 7-1 standing.
It's just, it feels like I've seen this exact game before, except that it went the same way. So it can't be the same game. No way. But bad jokes apart, I think that for RRQ's side, if you compare how these two teams are playing, right? RRQ, they're just doing it exactly what we were talking about, what Alter Ego Celeste used to do. They used to just send in an Airy to find those frags, and everybody else would just take contact after that and walk away with the kills. But right now, RRQ, they just can't deal with the onslaught of utility that Sapphire is putting in their way. Every single fight that these Sapphire players are taking, it's backed up by util, and they just capitalize on that advantage.
And it's no knock on Ayumi and Aluka's pedigree, right? Instead, I guess the biggest problem is Sapphire have solved this solution or this equation before. Last year in Elite, when Inari was there, when it was Alter Ego Celeste. So if it's gonna be the same kind of playbook Kaguya's trying to run right now, same kind of tendencies, Sapphire will have the answer naturally. Yeah, Paulie here playing towards Link. Baby T taps as well. The double swing is immediately cut into ribbons. And Nano's Farm preventing the pinch also. Yet again, Sapphire manipulate the battlefield even more so now with the Viper Spit. Baby Teasy though! That's brutal! 4 for her, and well, she's singing RQ Kaguya a lullaby now.
Yeah, I don't think they're very happy to be put to sleep like that, but at least Baby TZ is. That was a very, very clean 4K. Exactly what you come to expect out of Baby TZ. And back to what we were talking about, just the utility usage coming out of this full set squad. Every single fight they take is just so advantageous for them. Like, if you look at how Baby TZ spins up on that A side, for example, when she's setting up that Killjoy, or even on B, she just plays a completely different angle, a crossfire with her own utility and that turret. And while her enemies are kind of focused on taking those pieces of utility down, she's just able to jump out of the shadows like a snake and take everybody else out of the equation.
I completely agree with you. She's one of the players I've seen just swing off her turret, her nano swarms, her alarm bots, and luckily for Iceberg though, he's able to clear it out with a shock dart. Ayumi in, and Paulie again kicks her out. Baby TZ, what's new? Baby TZ already with 2, flashed on up, getting closer and closer to cover. A little awkward. Aluka, same kind of case, couldn't find that contact. The Cascade now into play, but yet again, the numbers of RQ Kaguya have already dwindled. Does Baby TZ dare peek it by climbing now over this wall? Iceberg trying to find opportunity. Aluka same case, but Toxic Rain being a bother. Baby TZ though, moment made yet again. Back-to-back rounds perhaps. Margot is there to finish it off. But come on, Zach, it's just Baby TZ brilliance by this point.
Baby TC brilliance, and also just the utility out of Paulie. This is like the 4th or 5th time I've seen RQ try to walk through one of her mollies in her wall, and they just get debuffed so bad. All it takes is like 1 bullet from whoever's shooting at them to take them down. I love how our Full Sense are really putting every single bit of their kit to full use here. In fact, you know, you see Ginny and Muffin not really up there on the scoreboard. That's just because Baby TC is killing everybody else, man. What do you do when Baby TC just gets a 3K or 4K every round?
You sit pretty and say, good job, Baby TZ. Incredible. And especially for Muffin. She has died 1 time this whole game. Probably the 1 round that RRQ has taken so far. It's so textbook from Full Sense Sapphire. You said it a while ago, a few rounds before. This game looks so familiar because this is exactly the positions Full Sense Sapphire plays again and again. They're happy to play a bit more so onto the A site with Baby TZ, play the long-range game, courtesy of Muffin, case in point yet again. Example upon example, but RRQ give themselves a chance. A good push through link might be at least a way for them to get behind enemy lines. Snapsky also looking for the 5, but oh no, she's not ready for this one. Muffin already prepared by the club. No song, no dance here for RRQ. It's only struggles instead. Iceberg, though, still fighting back at the very least. Hearts on their sleeves here for RRQ Kaguya. But that heartbeat is slowly but surely just dwindling here. Alaka, though, towards the corner. 3v2 for now, keeping them contained. Struggle for full sense to get them close. Alaka! That's exactly what they need. No command now to play. Operator versus 2 gonna be a bit difficult. So Muffin picks up a rifle. Iceberg on one side, Alaka on the other. Does she dare go for the clear? Taps it down now. Go at least for the first contact. Alaka found! But it's Iceberg with the trade. There you go, RRQ. That's exactly what you needed to get back in it.
Last round before the switch.
2v3 it really works out, especially Alaka with this timing on the swing there to find those 2 kills. But please don't hate me for saying this. This was just a little bit of a throw coming out of Full Sense because they had that lockdown. They had the positioning to use it, and they were aware of where these remaining players were. So they could have just literally pushed them off the angle with the lockdown. There was no counter available for it. Alaka didn't get the null command until she got those final couple of kills. So a little bit of a misplay, but all things considered, RRQ, they were ready to capitalize on it. Alaka in particular, being able to find both of those kills on that swing kind of set RRQ up for success there. But apart from that, it was pretty textbook coming out of them as well. Those last couple of seconds playing that 1v2 and the trade game out of Iceberg, very, very nice. Now Sapphire, they're going to be calling a timeout. They're probably not very happy about losing that round despite their huge lead already.
It's because he scolded them. Zap, I can't believe
it's
you've done
true,
this.
okay? It's true. I'm sorry. I gotta say it. I love Baby TZ. She's probably one of the best killjoys in APAC, but why did you use your lockdown, Baby TZ?
Well, it happens. And RRQ Kaguya, they put themselves in a good spot. We were talking about how can they even cross right? Where can they find that opening? And they found it through mid. Unfortunately for them, though, the first half is already near its end. They have one more round to try and fight back. Maybe they can go for their own 9-3 curse if ever. But still, if Alaka can get online, perhaps the rest of RRQ can do the same. Iceberg also, some strong openings, some strong picks along the way. There are at least a few pillars that RRQ Kaguya can work with now.
I mean, so far at least, both Ayumi and Alaka are having kind of a quiet game, going by their own standards, of course. So, like you mentioned, if they can get a little bit activated, they might be able to really jump into this with full momentum. Now, RRQ, this round, they're taking it a little bit more slowly. A lot of these past rounds, we've seen that quick approach, it hasn't been working out for them. So, they're just trying to take their time over it. Ayumi Muffin giving away her position as well with that operator. So, at least now they know where this particular gun is placed.
I like that flash, actually. So, it bounces onto the wall. Put some pressure onto the long angle, and now that they know the op is still online here towards his B site, they decide to try and wade themselves towards A instead. But there's another operator, Zap. We've seen this from Full Sense Sapphire. If they have the money and it's near the end of the first half, they will gamble on running not just one but 2 of them. They trust Baby TZ to do so, and exactly that. Ayumi already eradicated to begin with. 0 point there. Get the suppress, but Best hurting because of the nano swarms. Chini now towards the corner playing dugout. Nabsy with the plant, sure. But now we get the lockdown that you mentioned. RRQ to get the hell out of there. Timing perfect though from Iceberg. Catches out Margot. At the very least, the lurk getting value. Alaka also on the board. The lockdown now coming on Jin. Jinny wants to push. Turret can be the first contact, but she can't break the detain in time. So RRQ fighting back. Exactly what they need to do in this scenario. Muffin needs to go nuclear if they want to win this. Moving forward now towards main yet again. Nabsy's waiting though, and she'll nab that kill. Holly now the only one left. They line up for her. 2 down, but it's still 2 standing for RRQ. 9-3. It's happening here.
Switching
9-3.
sides.
Just this number, it keeps coming up today, but for now it's Full Sense still having a commendable lead on this particular map so far. However, this is the magic number, right? This is where we see comebacks happen in the past. But, you know, to know if RRQ can come back on this defensive side, it's not you and me to do some breakdowns here, Dax. We have 2 other very talented panelists who will be tuning in shortly.
There is a reason why we saw no one go into Baby TZ's site earlier today, and this is exactly that. Baby TZ, one of the best anchors I've seen so far here, and she does her job miraculously. In fact, a killjoy with an op, no problem, she'll bring it.
Yeah, she kind of pulled it out. But in that last round, right, RRQ started to come back, and they do it with, you know, their usual style. It's sort of like brute force. You always have a Yuumi charging in. As soon as they get the spike down, their post plants are great. And that's why the whole game plan for Full Sense was to make sure that they don't set foot on site. And that's why the ops were pulled out. You saw how Baby TZ had 2 separate rounds on which she got so many kills. One because of her utility, another one because she just straight up anchored down and sprayed down everyone else. It's such a strong game of control that they got this 9-3, but how do you carry that over the edge? Now we're swapping sides, right? And RRQ, I think they've got a pretty good defense as well. I mean, especially when you have Bess as an Estra, that's additional, you know, control.
Yeah, Control also great post plan as well if she manages to put the star down for the gravity well. On top of that, the smokes as well to deny any access to the site. I think that for, if anything, I'm more concerned about Full Sense Sapphire because I think on Pearl, they've been really doing well on the defense. I'm just questioning how exactly are they going to be playing the attack. Regardless, that my answer is about to be answered as we go back into the second half of the first map. Zach and Dax, let's go.
From Tash Bunny to Tash Asks. I like that. It's honestly a good question and a good point Tash made there, because from what we've seen all throughout this week, Full Sense Sapphire, they have seen some struggles on the attacking side. It's because they build a big buffer like we see right now on the defense that gets them over the finish line. If RRQ Kaguya can take advantage of that, play some better utility, especially with the Astra and the Intel INSO, there's still a chance, and especially if they get this pistol, Zach.
Of course, it always starts with the pistol round, especially on this 9-3 scoreline, unless, of course, you're Fnatic who can do it from 11-3 instead. But that's just me digressing. We do have this 93 half that we talked about, and RRQ Kaguya, they're going to have to really put up some numbers. It seems like they're kind of expecting that push towards that ace site to be the case here. And on B, they've taken up some very early control if you look at their positioning. For the side of Full Sense, though, they're just playing it by ear. They don't want to really rush things.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be a bit careful. Okay, Miss EMEA, go with your EMEA references. I know you love
I
that
reference
region.
everything,
Of
Dax.
course.
I reference everything.
Well, don't worry. One day you will be Miss Worldwide soon. NA pick her up also. But no checklist here. Instead, we get the contact towards a Full Sense now. A high tide, a bit shallow. They don't want to go for that backside control. Instead, they'll leave it here to RRQ. And Alaka looking to take advantage. But Jinny's so quick on trigger fingering again. 2 for her. It's a 3v2 suddenly as Full Sense get the plant down. Are they aware though? That's the main flank. The alarm bot already alerting them of the situation. Darts there though. And Paulie and Baby TZ getting ready for the contact. Here comes Paulie yet again. She gets the kill. Ayumi, the only one still standing. The turret, the bother. The position's even better here for Full Sense. They're so quick on resetting. Isolated duel though versus Jinny. But Paulie gets 3 and the pistol is taken by Sapphire.
3 for Paulie, 2 for Jinny, and a round that RRQ really needed to win, not going in their favor. You know, they made the choice to fight for the side here, but just the fact that Full Sense, they were more than aware of that possibility. They were ready to fight for the site. It just shows that, again, that awareness that we were talking about over the course of the round. Now, Full Sense, they got the plant. They're going to have the money to buy it fully, and they invest all the way here. In fact, there's going to be a Vandal online already for Paulie after that 3k, which is completely understandable. Baby TZ, of course, going for her usual strategy of just keep the pistol that she already had. And, again, Full Sense, they just look completely in control.
Yeah, and this is awareness of tendencies, right? One thing Full Sense Sapphire is aware that RRQ sometimes they go for those light armor situations down the line, and they want to build a bound to contest in successive rounds. On the other hand, RRQ expecting a rifle, and they're playing a bit aggressive with Bess on the lurk. If maybe they can pick that up from Paulie or someone else. Paulie and Jinny though. This round just tells me that these guys have so much history. Awareness right now of what can happen. And they overrun Bess with those numbers. 4 now, barreling down towards mid into Art. The Trailblazer to lead the charge. Gives an intel that everything's clear so far, moving into Link. Iceberg though, waiting towards Connector. Now we get the high tide, setting on up to allow them to try an entry towards the backside. Muffin here leading the charge yet again. Margot already planting, trying to force that contact. Ayumi gets 1 for her troubles. Iceberg's here too, but Full Sense Sapphire, omnidirectional and keeping an eye out. Alaka, 25 HP, difficult here. Unless she hits some stellar shots. Might be worse because there's the turret. It spots her already. No, not the turret. Anything but the turret. It's gone. Full Sense Sapphire just waiting for Alaka to peek out by this point. But honestly, Zach, this is a round commanded by Sapphire and case in point.
Exactly. They're nowhere, all because the turret already pointed her out. It might have gone down, but it did a job just like
She's
a good
there, she's
boy.
there,
Even
she's
the turret, you have our autograph. Yeah, she's there. So go get her. I'm softening her up for you, maybe. But like you mentioned, our Kaguya, they just seem to have no control on this defensive side as well. You know, you talked about how Full Send Sapphire, they gotta really, they've been in control this entire time, and this particular round, it will tell the story of whether that's going to be the case for the rest of the game as well. Because if Sapphire win this, they will shut down RRQ's fledgling economy and get to match point themselves. So RRQ, this is their last chance to get back into this game and have a chance at keeping their map to themselves.
Yeah, big make or break moment. And we said it a while ago, it's going to even be more difficult from here for RRQ. Because you look at Lotus, and if ever Fracture, the 2 maps that Fulls and Sapphire beat them on recently. Ayumi, she needs to step on up. We know how explosive she can be. We literally witnessed this just a series ago versus Orangutan X. Polly, providing a bit of contact, distraction here to pull those forces towards B side, or rather B long. And now his ramp is taken by Ayumi. Fulls and Sapphire on the other side of the map, regrouping by Amin.
A still has a couple of players hanging around, so Iceberg feels a shiver down her spine. Gonna be putting that drone to good use to try and clear out these areas of the map, but the range on the drone isn't gonna really be able to spot anything here.
Yeah.
Napsky puts the alarm bot and walks away, but with those seekers coming into play from Ginny, that's when the execute starts.
Yeah, she has to double back, and exactly right, because of it. There's that hesitation, a bit of false intel there for RRQ Kaguya, and Sapphire takes advantage. A strong dart though. Gets a scan onto Margot. She's already sat down. Does she get hit by the wall bang? No, instead it's Iceberg the victim. Muffin finds her target, but Navsky and Ayumi at least with the contact that they need. 4v3. Here comes Ayumi also. Looks like Kaguya taking more and more opportunities so far. Baby TZ on the inside of the smoke does best. Know that she's there, aware. Now she with the defuse. The flash is into play, but Baby TZ, is this the opportunity? Sprays down one, but that's all she gets. Kaguya, they need to fight back. Muffin with a few exit wounds there at the end. But 11-4, Kaguya is still standing here.
It was so expensive for them though. Sure, they win the round and they had 3 players remaining, but Muffin, she has the last laugh here because she's able to find all of these final kills. Really good round coming out of RRQ though. They were able to kind of keep their eyes out. They didn't let Baby TZ do too much damage and they still walk away with the win. So like you mentioned, they still are in running here. That was Full Sense's bonus round though, if you think about it. So they're still going to have a very comfortable bye for this next round. And they're only a couple off that reckoning. So that could create even more pressure once that spike goes down for RRQ side.
Maybe that pressure can lead to more individual duels. I think we saw from that last round, especially when RRQ Kaguya can get the isolation plays, they stand a better chance compared to when Full Send Sapphire is grouped up as a unit. Blades are ready here from Muffin. I think the orb's taken, so Margot can't actually get the reckoning as of yet. Full Sense, they need at least a semblance of control before they can move towards a site. A 2-1-2 split by the defense instead, just to get some initial intel moving forward.
Yeah, Best kind of the only player hanging around that B site, has to hold on to it by herself. Will put down a smoke to create some additional pressure. Iceberg as well, we talked about this drone before. Gotta spot out that turret so she knows that the Killjoy is likely hanging around here. Full Sense themselves though, they're interested in this A side. They're gonna be pushing through Art instead. And while there's a molly to at least buy a little bit of time, it's not gonna do too much here.
Looking for the clear. Navsky though, finding perhaps another opportunity. Past the hide side, it's already Full Sense. Sapphire crossing on through. Muffin swinging wildly. There you have the Nanoswarms also burning Marco down, and the Iceberg will hit her marker. Baby TZ with the trade, but here comes RRQ Kaguya yet again from the wet where Snapsky will come from, and suddenly RRQ Kaguya just shows up to take them down.
That's the round that they really needed. The pinch through from multiple sides here. Finally, RRQ Kaguya taking a little bit more control of the map, but also just the stalling power. It's slowly but surely coming up. They're able to play a little bit more off of their utility, and that's the biggest difference maker in the last couple of rounds. Now, Sapphire, they're going to be burning through that second timeout here because we talked about this before. Both of these teams, they are really good at taking the momentum and running with it. Like, just that last half, right? We saw, like, Full Sense get, what was it? 8 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
Or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like again and again and again. I think it was even... Yeah, I think there was a round where RRQ won along the way. But in the end, I think the point right now, Zach, is if Full Sense Sapphire can't actually push through the way that they would like, we notice here from RRQ Kaguya that they're so active with the timings, that they love to play many of these off angles. Our panel mentioned it during the halftime as well. On the defense, Kaguya can create their own opportunities along the way, and things are looking good right now. You see how Navsky's taking advantage. You see how Best is able to go for some good stalls along the way. Aluka looking more and more online as well. These moments are being made by RRQ Kaguya.
And they are definitely working out for Kaguya as well in the last couple of rounds. You talked about Nabsky and how good she's been at anchoring that site as well. I think the one area of pressure that Full Sense have not really exerted has been on this B site so far. And that's because Best has been doing a good job of just anchoring it with their own utility. Now, perhaps expecting that push on B, they put a couple of players towards that side of the map, but instead it's going to be A site once again at that point of contention.
Oh.
No real...
Look at that.
That's a 0 point.
That's
a 0 point.
That's a 5 point right there. That's value. Immediate intel, and of course, because of it, RRQ Kaguya, they're gonna rotate accordingly. Best is still sticking around B side. She's happy to just manipulate the battlefield from across the map. But it's reinforcement instead from Iceberg. Trailblazer there too, and well done and well sprayed by Ayumi and Navsky. Then Nanoswarm spurting Polly down. Ayumi doing critical damage. And as of right now, we're seeing RRQ Kaguya just put a stop to the Full Sense momentum. They say no to A. You cannot cross here.
Thou shall not pass indeed, and now it's just Baby TZ and Ginny left alone, a Stinger and Sheriff in hand. Baby TZ gonna be caught by, both of these players are gonna be caught by that 0 points as well once again, so RRQ note that these players are still hanging around here, and they have to come back, because that's the spike. It's gonna be dropped right on site, and they have to break this brutal crossfire somehow to even have a chance in this round.
Well, it's an eco setup anyway, so might as well try to go through these kills. But immediately as Ginny gets one, RRQ will swing off that contact and get their 6th round on the board. Defense looking better here for RRQ Kaguya. And I think right now the story so far is Kaguya, they know that Sapphire has had their number all throughout the year. And this is their best chance to make it to where they belong truly, Zach. To make it to a finals of the Open, to compete versus Team SMG. They just need to beat one of their biggest rivals, one of their biggest pains, honestly, so far from what we've seen in this open circuit.
For sure. This year, RRQ have not beaten Sapphire yet, but maybe this time around it might be the difference maker. They just gotta win another 7 rounds to take this map home. Now, our Full Sense, we talked about this in the previous round, they haven't been really looking at this B site yet, kind of working around that mid-A area instead, doing a little bit of conditioning, hoping that this defense would be a little less useful, but already, Iceberg with that shotgun, she takes out half of Muffin's armor.
Yeah, Muffin.
Huge bit of damage.
It's gonna be difficult, right? Because a simple spray, and there you go! I asked, and Iceberg will provide a pick already to begin with, and suddenly, Full Sense Sapphire, their offense stalled here, Zach. They have at least the Reckoning and the lockdown to utilize if ever. Hesitation now. The snake bite's there, but so passive here from Sapphire. Slow walk instead to try and find the opportunity beyond the smoke. Iceberg with a spray yet again. It's RRQ. Just so prepped for this time around. It's looking so much better here on the defense, and the smoke's gone. Ginny. If it swung, it's gonna be trouble. The Toxic screen is there though. Fragment into play. Dark gonna be in position as well. And Ginny now over onto the corner as the ball does tumble on down. Ayumi will take advantage. And here we go yet again. It's a different site, but it's the same kind of setup. RRQ are finding convenience in this defense.
Yeah, definitely way better than their 13-2 performance the last time, but on this defensive side, they have truly woken up, and I really like from them how quick they are to rotate here, because they know that Full Sense, they haven't been really doing those fake kind of plays so far. If they come it towards a site, they're just heading there. They haven't been rotating too much, and Kaguya, they're willing to take the gamble, play that other side for retake, especially since Navsky has her lockdown to go. So these really quick rotations, Full Sense, they cut noise and try to go back to the same spot, but RRQ, they're not taking the bait. They're more than happy to fight it out, and even worse, Ayumi, she's gonna have that operator online, and we saw what a menace she was against Orangutan just that previous game.
Absolutely agree with you. It's dangerous as soon as this poison cloud falls. Ayumi, does she find the sight line to begin with? Potential targets, many of them actually. 4 looking to barrel on down. Roped in, sees one, and Polly's gone. The cloud there into play yet again. The dash now, the try and contest. Muffin looking for the push, but the retreat is successful here for RRQ. Iceberg also providing cover with the Hunter's Fury. A lurk now from Muffin, a Bulldog in hand. But the buy isn't the best here for Full Sense. Also by our Ginny. Now she's in trouble. Nabsky. She was just using the turret as bait. Hook, line, and sinker now. 2 gone for the side of Full Sense.
Oh, I'm muted. Yes, sorry about that. Like I was saying, they do have a couple of ultimates to work with, but I don't know if we're gonna be
30
seeing any of
seconds
those
left.
really coming into play because this is an eco round. And RRQ, they should be able to confirm that 8th round. Now the rotation finally kicking in for the Full Sense side. They look to make a play here, but there's still 3 players waiting from RRQ to come back side.
Well, they want to play close, that's for sure. And here comes the spray down from Best to get the takedown. Well done to find Baby TZ, even more so onto Muffin and Alaka. She's been walking on that tightrope for quite a while, Zach. She's been looking at that position. Finally, she takes advantage of it. And a flawless hold. RRQ is showing signs of life here.
Indeed. Now though, this is a chance for Full Sense to jump back into it. They have all of those ults they can snowball off of. The economy back in favor as well. In particular, I'm really looking forward to what Polly can do with that Viper Split, because if you can get that ult down and position yourself properly, it's almost a guaranteed win, especially in the lack of any raise on the side of Kaguya. There's just no real area of effective attack available for them to retake that particular site. They have a couple of ults of their own though, and we're gonna see this game of lockdown chicken once again, I think, Dax.
Yeah, well, they need to make it there in the first place, that's for sure. And we've seen from RRQ, they stemmed that tide, especially courtesy of the utility of Aluka. She's been stellar so far, especially here on the defense. And the null command throwing such a big wrench to those plans. Difficult now without the utility. We're gonna dry peek this, and Ayumi will punish accordingly. Anti-flash play, and Ayumi turns around to get the takedown. 2 already as Aluka's on the floor. Baby TZ though with the find, and Full Sense Sapphire. They were brave to try and cross, but they'll get the confirmation. The pit he sent, so it's gonna be online. A win condition here for Full Sense Sapphire. Lockdown also into play. They finally take down Aluka, and the plant will go down.
Now it's going to be a 2v3 retake attempt here. They do have that lockdown of their own onto Napsky. We might see that coming in. But the Cosmic Divide to boot, but Ginny just aware. Peeks out, finds a kill.
She was just prepared so fast and so efficient. What else can Best do in this scenario? They don't have the utility to try and find the Viper anymore. Polly is low, but Ginny again looks up on the high heavens and just scoffs at it. 12 to 8. It's match point now for Full Sense.
Captain, IGL, Fragger, I don't know, whatever other role Ginny fills here, but she is just the backbone of this team, and you can see exactly why. Nasty fadeaway shot on that last kill, but finally, after 5 rounds in a row, Sapphire, they'll be able to find one of their own. Sure, they had to invest a couple of ults to get there, but remember, Ginny, she used her Seekers last round, if I think, and she already has them more than halfway back. Excuse me?
Yeah, she got so many of those kills at the end. And Full Sense Sapphire, maybe now Margot will set up the last bit of success that they need. RRQ, they cannot make any mistakes from this point on. And Ayumi, that's pristine with the pick. Muffin's gone, and without her, it's difficult for Sapphire to get the speed they want to get the execute.
Yeah, no real way to create space on that site here. Kind of forced to re-clear all this territory from scratch as well, because there's just the potential that somebody from RRQ could have walked up. A guiding light has to be used for that particular position. Now, Full Sense, they realize that without Muffin, it's going to be incredibly difficult to get onto site. They want to try and take these long-range fights instead. And Iceberg, with the drone, already able to spot out the alert from Baby TZ. So that's one player that they know exactly where the person is.
Yeah, they're keeping tabs on her as much as possible. Best also looking for the angle. The push is there, the pre-fire. Awareness, yes. But that's just absolute marksmanship from Best instead to give the advantage more so to RRQ. Lockdown, waiting, premeditated, just to anticipate the Full Sense push. Now play Protector and easy pickings as they line up on such a narrow corridor. The snake fight's there, but look who pushes, it's Best. 9 to 12, RRQ is still in it.
Polly had a really rough time there. She had to break the lockdown, but she also had to kind of play her life, and Best just pushes out to see her detained and get that final kill. Very nice lockdown coming out of Napsky though. In that 3v5 situation with her being the only person on site, her being able to use that lockdown as bait and just find these last couple of kills, very, very nice coming out of them. Now, one round that Full Sense needs to be able to push this map in their pocket, but RRQ, they have the momentum. They've only lost 1 round after the pistol and anti-eco didn't go in their favor, and they're very close to being able to bring this to overtime. They need 3 in a row here. Full Sense's economy, it's kind of on the back burner, so that's one round that they might be able to take it. But like you mentioned, Dax, they're gonna have to play a flawless game here.
Hey, overtime in my RRQ Kaguya versus Full Sense Sapphire game? Say it ain't so. It's not as if it didn't happen almost
10
all
times,
the
15
time.
times?
Like,
Exactly.
I think it's like around 90% by this point. It's literally the last time that they faced off against each other in the upper bracket. That was the only time it didn't happen. And for now, you can see at Kaguya, the stats don't lie. The utility is so much more on point. 21 assists for Alaka. In this half, they're getting so much more value with the suppress, with the fragment, compared to what we saw on the first half. Same thing for Bess. She was just absolutely quiet in the first half. Here in the second, her stars have been so much, I'd say, a factor into this game. She's been getting the kills too, and RRQ looking prime and ready. They just need to keep playing flawlessly from this point on.
Yeah, this round is a chance for them to really get a freebie more or less, because there's only going to be that one hero rifle onto Ginny, and perhaps because of that, Full Sense, they look to make a quick aggressive push onto this B site. Just a couple of players though that they have to deal with already. Iceberg with that reveal, trying to do some damage, doing quite a bit of chip in fact through that spray transfer.
Oh, good damage. Margo's low, and here comes Bess yet again. Bess doing it better. One more time and one more show. Bess at the ready, and here comes Navsky and Alaka too. The Odin's brought out, by the way, and RRQ make it to double digits. It seems like their defensive protocol, Zach, it's just such a trap that sprung at the right time.
That's what happens when you have Bess kind of just, like you mentioned, using that Astra utility. Just a little bit of a fun fact here. You know, before this half started, every single player on the side of Sapphire, including whoever was on the bottom then, had more kills than every single player on the side of Kaguya. I think that the lowest number of kills was like 9 or something for Sapphire, and every single one of Kaguya's players were below it. But at 12 to 10, suddenly that margin is just narrowed so much here. And at Full Sense, they're really struggling to make some kind of headway onto site, especially with how RRQ, they're just not giving them that space for free. They're making them fight for every inch of the way.
Yeah, these were our concerns for Full Sense Sapphire. They have the buffer, yes, but they still need to get the job done. Trailblazer now into play. Muffin dashing through the gravity well, and Full Sense Sapphire looking for an opportunity to get the cash on. The Cascade Blade doesn't work out. Iceberg ready for it. Best of Alaka too. And this time around, RRQ getting payback versus Full Sense Sapphire. If we saw in that first half, Zach, it was all Sapphire reading RRQ. This time around, the book has been flipped, the author has been changed, and RRQ is in command.
That's like the second or third flawless round that they've had in this half. Very, very clean work coming out of them. And one of the things that our panelists did bring up was Kaguya's mental, right? So often they're on the back foot, and against Sapphire in particular, they just tend to kind of let go of the game. But not today. They are fighting for their lives, and they're aware of it. So we're kind of seeing the best gameplay that we've seen from them over the course of this entire tournament kind of coming out here. Now, this final round, Ultimates, there's going to be one for either side. You do have, of course, the Bladestorm almost online for Muffin, and thankfully for Sapphire, they're still able to afford a buy, but Kaguya has the double up this time.
Return to sender. Here we go yet again. Doesn't work, though. The dash quick from Muffin. Dislodging the initial shot from Ayumi. He trades the gun, juggles it around to put it towards the backside. Here's the Secret Zone into play. Alaka yet again trying to play the angle on top of Dugout. Flash getting ready. Here comes the pop. Trailblazers there too. Full Sense now have made their way towards A, and we see alert from Paulie also. Maybe that can get the catch. Golden though perfect for this scenario. Maybe it's easy to get spun, but Muffin victimized by the Bullet Storm. 5 HP for Margo as well. Dangerous now here for Full Sense Sapphire. They're away from the site. Laying a post plant to try and go for main. The heal though not enough. Alaka finding Margo to begin with. Advantage now here for side of RRQ. And Paulie looking to reinforce, but Ayumi with the clear now. Ginny gonna be spotted and taken down. Paulie fighting back. It's 1v3 though. Alaka already on defuse duty. Look who's watching. It's not just Navsky but the turret too. And come on, we get overtime. We expect it by this point.
Yeah, it was the comeback coming in for RRQ Kaguya here. It was 11-3. I feel like that's like the new magic number. Move over 9-3. 11-3 halves are the new fashion trend to really come back from. But RRQ, they do it, and they do it almost flawlessly. In particular, they've just so much better at their defensive stalling power with the utility that they're running. Navsky and Bess, of course, both of them with that denial thanks to the nano swarms, but their positioning as well, right? They're just ready for the plays coming in out of Full Sense Sapphire. They have like the entire playbook for themselves set up Ayumi find an early pick? Check. They try to push onto side aggressively. Crossfire to take them apart? Check. So they're just going through the checkboxes on this defensive side. And honestly, this game, it seems like it comes down to whoever can win their attacking and defending both, which I know is the point of overtime. But with the way they seem they're struggling on defense, it's going to come down to who holds that defense stronger.
Look, they got the Zap to-do list checkbox absolutely attuned. And 9-3 answered by the 9-3 even. We're tied up. We go into overtime. And this is what we honestly expected from a matchup like this. Sure, Full Send Sapphire history is on their side, but Kaguya has the momentum, and Kaguya, they also know how to go for victories like this. Muffin now, up in hand, your standard setup for Full Send Sapphire, where it's Baby TZ waiting on the other side of the map. Margot, keeping an eye out of Art though. There's the swings right now from Best and Alaka. Cascade the answer, at least to try and go for the stall. Beautiful suppress. And because of the timing, Margot can't manipulate the high tide as she would like. Napsky on the board and RQ with the chance. Here comes Alaka as well. And the KO conundrum is unsolved here by Full Send Sapphire. As the plat goes down, advantage is RQ's.
And they're going to be having an operator on this retake as well. Sapphire, they seem to be in a lot of trouble here in this 3v5. Player on site, going to be that first obstacle that they have to deal with, but they haven't quite checked it yet.
Oh, it's dangerous, but Paulie gets to clear on the iceberg. The one on the site is gone already. Many go towards main, double up towards R2, and Ginny, she will dare peek, and she will be denied because of it. Muffin, the only one still standing, can't get the transfer on, and RRQ, it was 9-3 a while ago, it's RRQ instead now on match point. What a twist of fate.
Match point.
And remember, that was the attacking round that they won, the side that they struggled on. So now they're going to be heading back to more familiar territory. It's the defender side coming up. All they have to do is close this one out, and feeling the pressure, feeling the game slipping out of their hands. It's going to be a timeout called by Full Send Sapphire. Now, you know, we talked about how methodical they were in that first half, how they were happy to play off of Yuto. That was not the Sapphire that we saw in that first defensive half. It was so chaotic, especially with that first kill going through, right? You expect Baby TC to wait for the rest of the team, but she tries to find the timing, and Alaka was just ready for it with that positioning.
But Alaka is that linchpin player right now. Not
Alaka's
only
her.
Alaka is her, and Alaka is the reason really why RRQ Kaguya is getting so much of the success. I cannot stress enough how important it is for her to hit some stellar utility angles, especially with the 0 point right. We saw that Margot couldn't really do anything as soon as she was suppressed. That high tide just went, okay, it's going that way, sure, whatever. And we've seen this so many times. Because you're playing that double wall, if you can't put it up in sync, if you can't time it right the way that you would want, well, it's gonna struggle to actually get that defensive hold, and Alaka has just been that cog that has broken the machine.
Yeah, 26 assists right now, by the way. She's already managed to make her way up in that score chart. Gonna be picking up the Odin for this round as well. And when you're on that A side, there's just so many wall-bangable positions that you can really capitalize off. Ayumi also gonna be sticking with that operator, so a lot of chances for Kaguya to really find that crucial first blood. Now, for for Full Sense, this rushing B or rushing A strategy hasn't been quite working out, so they're heading towards this mid side instead. Hoping for a little bit of map control to try and help them out, but RQ, they're playing so far back here. They just want to play for the sites.
Full Send Sapphire, everything has fallen all apart. They can't allow the pressure to get to them, though. Still a chance to tie things up. Go for another overtime if ever. You have Ginny. Maybe trying to go for the lurk towards Art, but instead they regroup as we move towards B instead. Best, though, behind the smoke. We've seen how effective the spray from both Iceberg and Best has been to cover this advance. Paulie waiting too, and Full Send Sapphire. Such a slow play. The Jiggle Peak now gets confirmation. Some intel here for RQ to work with. Paulie looking for contact, reloads quickly. It's getting so tense here. Full Send Sapphire waiting for the timing. The jump peak now confirms the numbers, and the rotation will be pulled accordingly. Best moving forward. Same case for Iceberg. The snake bite though gets the connection. The chance here perhaps for Full Send Sapphire to take advantage, and Paulie does so with impunity. Two down. It's 4v3 for now. Lurk even all the way in the middle, but Alaka gets the fight with the Baby TZ. Equalized now.
Heal up, squad. Don't get into my world.
Oh!
But the wallbang damage, Napsky, she finds it, and that's such a crucial kill here. Now the last hopes of Sapphire towards his backside area is being pincered down by utility. Ginny with the flash here, able to connect, but the kills don't come in for Muffin, and now it's just Muffin against the world. A 1v3 to keep their dreams alive, but Ayumi, she denies even that, and RQ, they make the comeback of the century to take map number 1.
Such a heartbreaker there for Full Sense Sapphire. It just collapses at the seams. They get the Viper Smith. What happens? They get hit by the Odin wall bangs. They had the angle towards Halls. They couldn't get the shot. And you mentioned it. The comeback completed by RRQ Kaguya. They've been waiting for this all throughout the year, Zach. An overtime win over Full Sense Sapphire. The first dish of revenge looking pretty sweet so far. Can RRQ Kaguya provide that main course down the line in the series?
That does seem to be the hope indeed, especially when you consider the remaining 2 maps that are coming up, because this is the first time we're seeing this in this open on stream. But the other 2 maps, we saw it in that upper bracket where RQ, they kind of lost badly. But before we talk about either of those, our panelists probably have something to say about this particular map. So Quack and Tash, I want to hear what you guys have to say.
There is a lot to say, but first of all, the circle of redemption, of revenge is slowly coming to a close. Just now, we just talked about how, Full Sense Sapphire does so good on defense, but it's their attack that is going to be the problem. So when the overtime hit, I was thinking we're going to go back to back, back to back, back to back, but RRQ seems to have managed to break the defenses of Full Sense Sapphire.
Yeah, and Full Sense Sapphire conversely, couldn't really do anything, right? It was so weird, like some bizarre world where we just completely flip sides, and this has happened several times already today, and it just comes back to it, because it is that mental game between both teams, and when you look at it logically on paper, it feels as if Full Sense Sapphire should be the ones on top. They had such a good half, they have Ginny as their IGL, but then RRQ, whether or not it's a Yumi, I just love the fact that the team stepped up. The team came out on top of overtime. Look at the scores.
Yeah, the scores here, again, when you look at Baby TZ just now, I think there was a lot of praise sang for her on how she anchored and how she made sure no one could get onto the site, which was also what we talked about in terms of SMG avoided her at all costs. But then on the flip side, when it came to the defense side, you start to see this aggression come through here from RRQ, which shows in the stats, especially for Ayumi, how she plays aggressive and getting that support from her teammates. Earlier in the previous map in Fracture, I believe, against Orangutan, I think we were talking about how sometimes RRQ tends to play on their own, and we saw that happening again in the beginning of the game. And I'm just glad that in a way it was sort of like a salvation moment for them, because it's best to get those mistakes out earlier than later, and I think that's what happened to RRQ. And again, Ayumi, when she's playing with her teammates, when she's getting the support, this is what we expect to see.
Yeah, without a doubt. Not only is she set up or sometimes making plays by herself, you could see earlier from before that with the round histories, right? Especially towards the second half, a lot of those rounds were won by, some of it, I think 3 of those rounds were retakes, and then the rest of them were basically just kill rounds, and that says to me that it's a lot of RRQ kind of getting good reads on how Full Sense Sapphire is playing, but at the same time, apart from Ayumi, you've got players like Iceberg, Napsky, Aluka coming in just to follow up on some of that early round aggression, and it really came out huge on top.
Yeah, when you talk about early round aggression, Aluka, when she started bringing that Odin to the fight, I was like, damn, it's over. Because there was just so much control coming in from that Odin. The wall bangs that come through, the denial of space as well when she spams it. So it's just a lot of pressure put onto Full Sense Sapphire. And on top of that, how many rounds in a row can really mentally tilt you, and we start to see that toward the end. Regardless, that is the end for the first map of the 3rd series of the day. After this, whether or not Full Sense Sapphire can bring it back will be the question, because it will be their map pick, Lotus, and we'll be right back.
One enemy remaining. Long. Out.
my tongue. No, I ain't gonna run. This is the battle I choose, and I'm gonna win. I ain't gonna lose. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I will stand tall. Take me down, shut me out. You ain't never, ever gonna see me bow. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stumble, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with a sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. I keep on banging my drum, 'cause the best is yet to come. So I keep holding on. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stumble, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl.
It's like Romeo and Juliet, the love of the forbidden between these two teams. Full Sense Sapphire and RRQ Kaguya. Outside the game, they're lovers, but in game, there are, I wouldn't say haters, but maybe rivals. But anyways,
Okay.
Tash Buddy here alongside Quack. And we are your analysts for today, and there is a lot to unpack in that last game. While it seemed like Full Sense Sapphire had the full control of the situation in the first half, coming to the second half, RRQ Kaguya show us what firepower truly means.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened on Pearl. I was like, hold up, thinking Romeo and Juliet. So what happens is, like, the third map, they kind of just agree to surrender at the same time. No, I'm kidding. But we're moving on into Lotus, right? And just thinking about how these teams have played so far. Again, you got to think about their lineage, their past histories, and Full Sense Sapphire has cleanly defeated RRQ so many times.
It's
Today
true.
on Pearl, we swap things around, but on Lotus, is it gonna be the same story?
You know, let's talk. If we want to talk about stories, we have to talk about history. Just recently, in the upper semifinals, Full Sense Sapphire actually defeated RRQ Kaguya in a clean 13-5 fashion. So it does make a statement. Again, the question begs is, what did Full Sense Sapphire? Sorry, what did RRQ Kaguya learn from that particular match? I think they will know that in terms of how it goes for Full Sense Sapphire, a lot of the time it's a lot about retakes and those diffuses. They managed to put the spike down, but can they clinch that post plant?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that we're thinking about, right? Because it's not just that game in the upper semifinals as well. It's also the one from, the previous open upper quarterfinals where Full Sense Sapphire won 14-12. So it's happened so many times, and we're thinking about, yes, those post plants. Lotus is a little bit different from Pearl, right? You don't have as many spamming angles and whatnot. It comes down to utility. It comes down to your positioning after you get the spike down. Can you even get the spike down? That's the main thing. RQ, they've come up with a slightly different composition from before, and we're seeing it again. When they last played this against Deviant Topaz, they had Navsky on that Cypher. So a little bit more freedom instead of just anchoring down a single site. You're not just a Killjoy with a bunch of nano swarms. You might be able to come up with some sneaky plays.
Yeah, I mean, this was highlighted by Dax during the break. RQ Kaguya, when they had Natsuki on the Cypher, it's a lot more about control. When we talk about control, it's always, the first thing that comes to mind will be Full Sense Sapphire. That's exactly how they play. That's why they're running the Omen and the Viper. But now, in this situation, I think for a lot of these teams, when you look at Lotus, it's all about that area of control. Mound control, rubble control. And in a lot of situations, we're always gonna see these brawls happening toward rubble, toward mount. And the other question is whether or not anyone will be proactive enough to push out from B main to get that early pick and then just get the heck out of there, because that's usually the case when you want to see teams play aggressive. And for RQ Kaguya, aggression is the name of the game. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually say, you know what, let's take this fight. Let's try and fight for rubble and then just pincer them as they try to rotate onto another side.
See, but that's the thing, because when you're playing against a team like Full Sense Sapphire and they are controlling the map, they're starting things out on attack. If they anticipate some of your actions, you know, it could be a whole different story. I mean, remember how we started out on Pearl, and that's when Full Sense Sapphire was playing a really strong defensive side, was playing that really kind of careful, methodical, slow approach to the game. But then again, when we went over into that second half, things got flipped around. Does that shake up Full Sense Sapphire's confidence? You know, they need to be this team that really works together. They need to keep their comms up. They need to come back into the game and just start with a clean slate.
That's right. And I think that we had this conversation as well about how Full Sense Sapphire, they didn't really have that confidence. And when they feel confident, it really shows in their gameplay. But when it starts to shake, suddenly everything just falls apart. And I'm really hoping that when things go wrong, they can still communicate and still play as a team. And this goes for both teams. Regardless, let's see whether it's going to be a 2-0 or 2-1. Tossing it over to our casters, Dax and Zach. You guys are big Upin and Upin fans. What does Upin and Upin say when they, their catchphrase rather?
No thanks, I'm not gonna quote the Malaysian there. That's your show that you love. That's all yours, Tash. But right now, Zach, we have finally seen RQ Kaguya get that first map win this year versus Full Sense Sapphire. But the elusive first series is gonna be a tough, long road ahead because we're moving into a proven map for the side of Full Sense. It's Lotus, and we were talking about it during the break. You know that this is pretty much one of the best maps, if not the best map, Full Sense Sapphire has in their resume so far.
Yeah, pretty much. They've only lost it one time this year so far against SMG, and they were able to beat SMG on this map as one of the teams, in fact, I think the only team this year that has taken maps off of SMG. In fact, that's definitely an achievement that they have under their belt. And historically, even though RQ in the past was able to push this particular map to an overtime, they have never been able to win it against them. So we have a very likely possibility of that map 3 coming up, Fracture coming up, unless of course RQ, they're able to take Lotus away for the first time from this Sapphire squad. We talked about the agent comps before we went for that break, in particular that Cypher coming into play here for the side of Kaguya. And honestly, I think Natsuki on Cypher, it's very scary.
Well, we did talk about the agent composition, Zach. Don't worry, I can feel your message from beyond the pond. And exactly that, to quote Quack, who quoted me, it was all about that Cypher and Killjoy mix-up when they faced off against each other in the upper bracket, right? It was difficult for RQ Kaguya because it felt like Natsuki wasn't as ready to play the Killjoy on Lotus compared to them running the Cypher. We saw how effective Cypher has been against Deviant Topaz. It's something a lot more comfortable, and it's also a composition that they played overtime against Full Sense Sapphire back in the Swiss stage. So this is a better look for RQ. They're the ones with the advantage, and if they win this, they're finally going to get the dub they've been looking for all throughout this year versus Sapphire.
Yeah, it's a good start at least. I mean, it's like the small boss battle before the big boss battle, because there's still SMG waiting in that grand finals, which neither of these teams have defeated quite yet. But hey, it's step by step along the way. And the first step is, of course, dealing with this defense coming out of RQ's side. Cypher towards that mid area. Almost a triple stack, in fact, towards the C side. The expectation there, and it's going to be a rightful prediction.
Yeah, Paranoia perfect now, and RQ with the push. Momentum from the last game, perhaps. Everything looks so positive and confident from RQ with the way that they play. And with a pick-off like that, they now rotate themselves toward that A side that they abandoned so far. This is the power of the Cypher though. The tripwires are there, but the Trailblazer can look for the clear. Still, it's not enough. Margo actually gonna run into it. Napsky with the kill. It's 5v3. She's good for the first hit. She get a second along the way. No, Baby TZ denies that. But Alaka, Iceberg, they're all already on the angles that they need to be. RRQ looking better than ever so far versus Sapphire. They're hounding Baby TZ now. Time is running out. The contacts there versus Alaka. Baby TZ wins it, but it's 3v1. Spike in the middle. Difficult now, especially in the flash. Swing comes from Best. Best goes down. Baby TZ went 4! What's going on? Again, Baby TZ on pace perhaps for the ace. Plant goes down. Baby TZ though will be denied there. It got way too close for comfort, but RRQ will still take it.
That was basically almost a 1v5 that we saw coming out of Baby TZ. And she was aware of Ayumi's positioning as well. Just that in that little bit of frazzleness between getting the spike down and repositioning, Baby TZ was not able to get that fight-out kill. But very, very good positioning coming out of the RRQ squad, at least in the beginning. But just letting Baby TZ find those isolated 1v1s, a little bit of a mistake there. It could have been very, very bad for them in the end. But thankfully, Ayumi, she doesn't miss this particular shot. And that will be the pistol taken by RRQ. For Sapphire, despite getting the plant, they're not going to be forcing up, but oh my god, Dax, Baby TZ is just one off of that lockdown. It's only been the pistol!
Exactly, I'm looking at it too. That's like 7 orbs along the way, huh? And even if she dies right now, she's gonna have the lockdown for the next round. Seems like Ginny though is gonna be the first victim. Alaka, a stellar peak on the raise, starts things off strong. Playing aggressive towards mid, and you see for Calculated, the plan is find that pick, but also respectful send Sapphire. It's a chance for Sapphire to reset, yes, and maybe that's a danger point here if you let someone like Baby TZ or Muffin get back in position. But they want to play the numbers here on the defense, and that they do so far.
Camera for early information as well. We know about this pivot towards this particular C site right now. Maybe TZ kind of leading the charge with the Sheriff here, but still, it's going to be Napsky on the site being an absolute menace.
We have it, Muffin. Breaks the tripwire. Napsky playing really efficiently. Into the smoke we go though, and Napsky just lets it rip. Low EV targets, takes advantage of the fact. Best on the board too, and here comes Iceberg. Yet again, you see these retakes even if the spike does or doesn't go down. Angles always taken by RRQ, and the map like Lotus, it's even better.
Yeah, we talked about how that Cypher makes such a huge difference before, and that's because that information that Napsky is able to get for the team, even if the camera does get taken down in the process, it's just so valuable for the rest of RRQ to set themselves up for success off of, because it just lets them rotate and understand better how Sapphire like to play. They, at this point, right, we talked about it a million times, this is a grudge match. These teams, they know each other down to their very toes, and they know exactly what they like to do. So Sapphire's measured gameplay on Lotus, it's something that RRQ have been analyzing and trying to work around for months, if not years at this point.
Yeah, exactly that. Pretty much a full year that RRQ Kaguya have had Full Sense Sapphire on their minds. The way they were counteracted on back then last year in Elite. The way that they lost their slot against the Extend Sapphire roster before, and beautifully done by Yumi as well. Bonus time here for RRQ. They get a pick yet again to begin with. Lockdown though, providing space. Full Sense with the plan. Got you.
Get the spike down, and already the camera provides so much information, letting Alka get a nasty wallbang, in fact, to start things off with now. 3v5. Sure, the weapon advantage is in the hands of our Full Sense, but RRQ, they have the numbers.
Look, RRQ Kaguya, they're playing by the tenet. The best things in life are for free, but Paulie will make them pay for it. Baby TC2 on the board. The flash is there. Gets up the connection, sure, but Baby TC holds down the lines. 3 for her. Paulie also absolutely in the right position. And Full Sense Sapphire, they stand tall there.
That was a 3v5, and the third person wasn't even involved. It was just Baby TZ and Ginny on site, kind of fragging their hearts out there. But, you know, nice opener to start off from the duelist of RRQ. It's just that they, again, we talked about these 1v1s versus 1vx situations before, and just giving somebody like Baby TZ a free 2v1, that's just not something you do and expect to walk away from.
She hits those. She's able to make those kind of plays work. And we see this right now, the struggles of RRQ Kaguya on the first half of Pearl when they go to these right peaks because of perhaps habit or because of confidence. They are punished accordingly by Sapphire. Full Sense now though. Trailblazer are gonna be into play, scouting on around. Ayumi hiding her position so far. They know the operator's out. The paranoia though doesn't get the connection, and it's perfect timing from Ayumi instead. Polly falls. A desperate endeavor there from Ayumi, but she will be felled. Best instead, holding things down. Margot's there too. Chaos now onto the A side. Baby TZ lets it rip, and it's 2v2 for the time being. Spawn though, the position of power here for RRQ. They love the paint shells. They go for the paranoia, but do they expect where Baby TZ is? Yes, they do. Aluka with the clear. It's all up to Margot now, but the blast back is on her, and there's no way to get the hit. Timing perfect from Aluka, and it's RRQ with a third round on the board.
I like that RQ over the course of this defensive half, they've been really keeping up the pressure. Even if Fulsense gets the spike down, they are just not given the space and time to really reposition themselves. And in that situation, right, just Aluka having that showstopper and the rest of her kit was so huge there. Even in that 2v2 kind of situation, it gives her like a freebie and she's ready to capitalize off the back of it. Unfortunately, the satchel as well, just landing on Margot's face, kind of hiding whatever limited vision you have. Not an optimal situation for a 1v2.
And Margot was pretty chill about it. It's on me? Oh, okay, I guess I'll try to swing. But for once, in this game, I have seen someone actually forced to peek an angle they didn't want to the way that they would like. So, well done there by Aluka. It's why we always tout this dynamic duo in the front line. And oh, Ayumi, danger close, no problem. Quick reaction versus Polly. Advantage yet again from RRQ. They've been so meticulous at drawing these first kills to their favor. Baby TZ, different plan now, pushing on forward. The Boombot gets the intel. There's the from Iceberg, and well done by RRQ. Ginny fights back though. Eco round here for full sense, and they're getting the kills that they need. Ginny's ready for this one, and she lets the sheriff rip. Here comes the smoke going down. Napsky takes advantage. Paranoia is going to be there. Get the blades from Ayumi as well. A pinch possible here for the side of RRQ. With Muffin on top of upper already. In the middle, it's dangerous, and Ayumi will get the backstab onto Margot. Blade sharp! It seems like Ayumi's cooking. Here's another round for RRQ.
Again, in that 2v2, just RQ able to utilize whatever utility and the crucial neural theft as well to smoke out the position of these remaining players. Napsky just tosses her hat off, and it seems like the member of RQ, Full Sense on site, was just completely mesmerized by it. Distracts her, and of course, this opener from Ayumi. This is like the second time that you see her holding like these really unconventional positions on this A side, and she just finds so much value off the back of it. So RQ, they're slowly but surely building up the momentum here. Timeout gonna be finally called by Sapphire. They have the buy. They have a lot of ults that they can work with. They already have the Seekers, of course, but Baby TZ already the lockdown almost coming back. This is the second lockdown she has in 6 rounds.
Yeah, and it's like, sure, that's a great fact and all, Zach, but Full Sense Sapphire only has 1 round still. They struggle to capitalize on those kind of plays that are absolutely heroic from Baby TZ. We've seen time after time that the numbers dwindle so early on. And I kind of want to bring this up yet again. If last game, it was that KO pick that helped RRQ out immensely to counteract the Full Sense strategies, now Aluka is a problem. Nabsky is a big problem as well. And RRQ have been so meticulous at getting early advantages because of their setups.
They've been very, very methodical on this map, but like, if you compare the last time they played this particular one to how they're playing it right now, they just look so much more composed, and they have these set plays that they've been working on. Like, for example, the push coming out last round by Ayumi. There's a flash by Best to clear out that space. Even if it doesn't detect anyone, Ayumi is still aware of the possibility of someone being inside that very smoke, and she's super careful about how she clears it. This time around, it's going to be Aluka kind of taking that extra space on A side, and with that presence established early on, with them taking that much control, it just cuts down the lanes that Full Sense can really go into.
Yeah, Full Sense, it might be forced to play the C here. We're Napsy's waiting. They get a bit of contact now. At least trying to put themselves in a position for that lockdown. And that's why they tripled up even, moving into Mount. Get that orb and let Baby TZ create that space. Still have the camera though into play on the side. The triple are also slowing down the push. And Full Sense Sapphire navigate their way eventually towards the objective. High ground taken here as well by Full Sense. Here the Seekers gonna catch out Aluka. RQ struggling to peak so far. Baby TZ, that's the first kill that they're looking for. Big commitment actually here from Full Sense just to win out the round. Viper Pit online. Muffin in a good position as well. Now it receives as Polly falls, but Aluka can't handle them all. It's Full Sense here who commit and get the round.
Very, very expensive round for them because they committed 4 ults if I'm not wrong, or 3 ults, sorry, the From the Shadows was from Iceberg, yeah, but they committed a lot in that round, the lockdown, the Seekers, as well as that Viper's Pit, so maybe a little bit too much, but hey, they win the round in pretty convincing style, and they have the showstopper for this particular one, so not too bad a round coming out of them. I think that the biggest difference maker in that particular round was just how cautious they were playing. They didn't move until the last couple seconds of that lockdown, and despite ABTZ finding a kill, they were still willing to invest that Viper's Pit to be sure of it.
Yeah, it's a lot more wary here from Full Send Sapphire, and truthfully, what we expect more so from them, the teamwork, the coordination, and the way that they're gonna go for those kind of trades, if ever. Showstopper though online, Tripwire yet again, immediately getting value. Muffin cannot cross that line more so. It will be a plant though here from Full Sense. Paranoia Lob trying to cause some distractions. Ayumi's waiting for anyone to peek on out. Rifle still at the ready here for RRQ. Ayumi, does she find a target? Full Sense. It's a game of chicken, and eventually Ayumi has to bite. Peeks the doorway, the swing there, not enough. Margot gets that first takedown. Best answers back, though, on the other side. Iceberg's there, too, and RRQ! Any angle looking to be taken, but Alika left alone in the 1v2 situation. Here she comes, but down she falls. Baby TC again. So consistent and so critical. 3 now for her.
3 for Baby TC. Half the lockdown back online again. I feel like this particular half, we gotta be counting how many times Baby TC gets her ult online, because it's 2.5 so far, and it's not even half the half over.
Don't worry, Zach. You're my counter. You will keep tabs on it for us.
I will do that. That's the statistic that I am most focused on this Lotus map in particular. But like you mentioned, incredibly consistent, very, very good positioning coming out of Sapphire in that post plant, especially. The patience, of course, on waiting for Ayumi when she breaks that door. But more than that, they're just able to set themselves up to take space across multiple areas of that B side. They get that spike down, and a lot of the previous rounds, we saw them just kind of go up towards heaven or go fall back. But instead, they're able to set up that crossfire and kind of maintain it, while also inflicting casualties on site as Full Sense tries to come in for the retake there. So they hold on to that showstopper. They use that showstopper, but now Alika has hers back, so they don't really have anything to deal with that thing.
Yeah, it's a struggle though. It's gonna be basically an eco round here for RRQ Kaguya. And for what they've seen so far, Full Sense Sapphire, they're understanding how they're playing these retakes. If things are going to be a bit more spread out, Full Sense Sapphire will be happy to oblige. And if you have players like Baby TZ hitting some incredible shots, Margot will follow suit. And from that point on, Sapphire has so much confidence in the dual potential that they have here. So it's an interesting flip of the script compared to what we saw in map number 1 in that first half. But RRQ, they adjust accordingly. Look at this contest to try and play into Rubble Zap. The flash is there. The toxic screen gonna be into play too. Anti-flash angle. It's dangerous. Alika pushing forward. Best gets 1, but well beyond that, it's Full Sense with the guns. Best gets 2. That's big so far. Spikes down. Maybe a 3rd. There you go. She lines it up. Napsky on the board. And what's going on? RRQ Kaguya making the best out of a bad situation. And who needs money when you can win the thrifty? RRQ now with the 5.
Nice timeout, and of course, the way that they've been using the toxic screen out of Sapphire themselves to just scale up round after round, it has been incredibly impressive. Of course, the shots from Best to be finding those couple of kills, but just that kind of prediction that, alright, look, we've seen a lot of C pressure coming out, probably gonna be an A hit. They make the read and they stack up on site, and they are rewarded for their efforts. Now, once again, Ayumi gonna have the money to pick up that operator, and because of that round, Best will have her Seekers and Napsky, her Euro guns once again for this round.
And look at the economy here. RRQ reinvested, having the operator, and still a bit of creds to work with. Things now looking pretty ship-shape for RRQ Kaguya. Full Sense, they lose it. It's going to be even more difficult now to try and rally. But the shot doesn't get the connection. The swing, the double peek actually from Muffin and Margot providing choices. Full Sense, they now know the op is playing towards that C site. They're looking to see if they can go for the overrun if ever.
Oh, nice smoke though. That's gonna cut off line of sight, forcing Ayumi to reposition. With that pain shell coming in, it's just gonna be a little bit of a miss there, and finally Margot able to spray her down and take that first blood. Still gonna be some heavy side presence, but Wilson's more than ready for it.
No, the showstopper was waiting for the cross, and Muffin, she just picked up the operator, and down she goes. 3v3 now as the spike is denied. Alika holding the angle close yet again. Blast back at the ready. Napsky though will fall. Couldn't get the burst in time. Iceberg with the answer. It's 2v2. And we go yet again to a critical junker. Paranoid though perfected here by Iceberg. Can't swing off it. It's just a stall so far. Smoke also in the way as Jenny's
30 seconds
rotating
left.
and retreating. A bit of time here for RRQ, or rather Full Sense, to move to another site perhaps. It's gonna be close, but maybe they can make it towards B.
20 seconds indeed, and they're running for their life. They have to go towards this B side. No real scope to go towards A, but they should be able to make it in time. You can see Iceberg deciding if she
10
wants to
seconds
rotate or not,
left.
but instead chooses to fall back and wait for the teammate. The spike itself looking to go down here. Iceberg gets a little bit greedy though.
Spike
Huge
planted.
punishment.
Yeah, they anticipate that, and Paulie fighting back yet again. Low HP on one. Ginny over onto the corner. Does Alika dare
enemy
peek this?
remaining.
Isolates Ginny. There you go. The angle and the opportunity. Pain shells. Flushes Paulie out. Perfect chance for Alika right now. Goes for the stick. Cancels it actually. A single bullet is enough to win the round here for RRQ, and Alika delivers. 6-3 now.
Like you could stop me.
Very, very nice 1v2 play coming out, and unfortunately for Polly there, she had to trade her teammate when they went down, because otherwise there's just no way that you're going to win out that 1v1, especially with a Bulldog in hand. You're not going to be able to take out Aluka with just a headshot, right? You need to be able to take that 2v1, but Sapphire, despite holding the advantages in that last post plant, just weren't able to capitalize off it. They didn't manage to rotate out very well, though. I was surprised that they managed it because the spike control was there, but in the end, just a little bit too much to ask for them. Like you mentioned, 6-3, RRQ after the timeout looking very much revitalized. It seems like that Thrifty round has given them the energy they need to deal with practically anything, and they will be able to reinvest in this operator as well, because hey, when you got money, you just buy a Yumi the big gun.
Yeah, we go again with the op. We go again perhaps with the angle from Ayumi, but Alika really is the star of the show right now. Her utility, especially her pain shells, have been getting so much value in these tight corridors. Contesting now towards Mound. The poison cloud in the way as well to allow Full Sense to try and fake that rubble take. Paranoia tossed by RRQ, so it's not that passive from RRQ. They're showing presence on one side of the map and hanging back on the other, waiting for Ayumi to get opportunity.
She's in the right spot as well. Again, though, that poison wall kind of giving Full Sense a little bit of cover to work with as they try to scale up. But unless this squad is really careful, Ayumi, she's still going to be able to find the angle and the timing, especially with that cloud going down. Another smoke forced out of the Omen here to get a little bit more space. And Margot herself, she's going to be taking on the side. Oh, that's so dangerous.
Nice try, but Bess instead will find a takedown. Here comes Iceberg and Paul, and RRQ set themselves up for success. This backside hold from Bess has been effective, but here comes Full Sense. Ayumi eventually, third time's the charm. And the kill comes towards her way. Baby TC now in a 1v2. We've seen her do this before, but not against Ayumi, who's ready. This is another one for RRQ.
I like that paint shell being tossed out by Aluka. They're just cutting
Right?
off, portioning the side. It's forcing her into Yumi's grasp. And Baby TC, of course, tries to isolate the fight, hoping against hope that that's not going to be where the off is trained. But, you know, Ayumi doesn't miss much, honestly, especially when you give her a clean shot like that. So, once again, Sapphire, their economy is going to be broken. Sure, they have the ults to work with for this round, but RQ, they have a chance to push this all the way to 8, while also saving up these major ultimates for that next one. In particular, that Blade Storm, we saw how dangerous Ayumi can be with it. Another tool in her arsenal apart from that operator. One kill and she'll get it online.
Yeah, if she ever needs it in a pinch, but here we go. This is dangerous for Full Sense. A good heads up though from Baby TZ. Putting that turret early. Realize RQ. Show their presence towards that B site. Want to try and manipulate that kind of position, but look who's ready yet again. Ayumi. Now the plays are a go. Baby TZ though will dull them quickly. 4v4 for now. Tripwire slowing them down. Here we go again. Happy New Year, courtesy of Alika. The angels to be loved. Ollie and Baby TZ though celebrating their own kind of victories with Alika. Eventually does get the frag kill. Iceberg getting ready with the corner. Here comes Paulie with a Viper Spit online. So at least a safety net built here by Full Sense Sapphire. Who dares wade in these waters? It's dangerous for RRQ, so they're gonna back off for now.
It's a very awkward fight as well because they have a Sheriff and an Operator inside a Viper's Pit, so it's going to be very difficult for them to safely get that spike down and cover the person. They're trying to bait out this push from RRQ here. It seems like RRQ, they're buying it.
Oh, it's gonna be dangerous. Paulie's waiting for this one now, and she's just creeping closer and closer. Iceberg will find Ginny, and Bess also waiting patiently. It seems like Full Sense Sapphire, they jump first, and RQ will be there to catch them.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, they really wanted Kaguya to push into the Viper's Pit, but RQ, they were just so ready for it. They were like, okay, look, we have the advantage. While they're planting the spike, we'll try to take that 2v1, and they were just happy to wait for the move to come out of Sapphire. Now, at least Sapphire for this final round, they're gonna have the buy. They have the 4th lockdown out of Baby TZ, if I'm not wrong, and the showstopper for Muffin. But at least with that, they might be able to confirm this round, because there's nothing really comparatively available for Kaguya apart from just their raw firepower, which Aluka has been doing very well.
Yeah, they have been providing that. And I will never doubt the zap counter. If you say this is the 4th lockdown, I will believe it. And that's already such a good ratio, honestly, for Baby TZ. Full sense though, looking for the 4th round. Here comes Muffin yet again. And, well, the trip bar, it has been cleared by Muffin so far. Onto the site, no one's home. Oh, but Navsky walks into that one. Heartbreaker there for RRQ. Losing one to begin this fight. Best though, yet again with the contest. She wins it out yet again. Best has been on fire recently so far. Swing perhaps there from Alaka. Double thinks and double backs. The lockdown yet again, providing the space here for Full Send Sapphire. Upper angle, Alaka onto the corner. Snake fight though, that's gonna be good. Paranoia is there and Muffin avoids it, but Yumi does get the kill. Alaka now, does she go for the swing? Yes, she does and gets the kill anyway. 3v2, Margot with a wraparound, finds Best, gets that kill. Margot again with the kill! And it's all about the 1v1. Margot versus Iceberg, familiar faces, but Margot maximizes opportunity. 8-4 is where we end this first half.
Better than the last time around, but however, RRQ, they have the lead in this particular map, despite it being a map that historically they have struggled against, and more than that, historically, Full Sense, they've looked very strong on RRQ. They have looked incredible over the course of this half. In particular, just their positioning, it has been phenomenal, and of course, Aluka gets a special points for getting so many paint shell kills. This last round, of course, Margot was able to pull off some heroics, just wrapping around and finding all 3 remaining kills. But before we head into that second half and see if Sapphire can make that comeback, let's see what our panelists have to say.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of like breathing a sigh of relief because we're not seeing a 9-3 half for once today. But anyways, coming into this game, I am quite surprised at the outcome of this because historically this map is FSS, I would say, their best map, but RRQ is giving them a run for their money. Coming into this game, I think the firepower coming through and the eagerness and the proactiveness coming in from RRQ is just paying off so very well. Seeing how they play, having full control of Rubble and Mound, and so much control on B side is making it so hard for Full Sense Sapphire to even get onto the site.
Yeah, it's quite literally insane how they're actually denying Full Sense Sapphire that entry. And it's not just because, you know, they're playing control, they're actually trying to fight in a lot of these rounds. And so many times we see a Yumi with that operator, always trying to get picks. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that presence is something that Full Sense Sapphire has to think about. Although there are some rounds that work out really well because, you know, Margot back on this Omen is one of those things that, like, I really love because that's a throwback to like the very first year before Game Changers was even a thing, and it's like the same squad, but now she's playing against her old teammates. It's great. She landed a lot of insane 180 flicks. But again, I mean, after round 8's timeout, RRQ, they came back in this full swing. They won the Thrifty. They look sharp right now. Full Sense Sapphire, they need to make sure they have that mental stability to carry them forward.
Let's see that happen because right now Baby TZ is spearing the helm alongside Polly. Let's see if they can come back. Let's just toss it over to Zach and Dax. Let's go and see what we can see later. I don't even know I'm saying anymore.
It's okay, Tash, I'll talk for you because I am as excited as you for what else may come our way. Full Sense Sapphire, they're the ones who need to recover now. We've seen Kaguya Dozak in a position like this before. They had the lead coming into the second half. What happened versus Orangutan X? Always contested along the way. It's dangerous, it's perilous, and it's exciting. Time for us to get to the second half. Sapphire on the defense this time around, and with that double control, we see how effective it can be if Margot and Polly can cut up the battlefield the way that Sapphire would want to.
I think that's going to be the key factor here, how Sapphire can use their utility to stall out. We saw it on Pearl in that previous map, and RRQ, they want to take the fight to them early on already. You see the TP coming out of Iceberg, Best as well, trying to push up with the flash. The entire squad groups up here, and Ginny finally choosing to commit this Trailblazers to smoke these players out. Still going to be an alarm button to play off of as well as a smoke,
and cross the line, and you will be found. Polly, Ginny, Muffin, a roll call right now as Full Sense send out all their defenders and set themselves up for success. That's exactly what we were talking about before this round even started. These toxic screens gonna be so essential for this A defense. In case in point, Cyber Cage in the way, but as soon as it drops, it will be Napsky felled as well. Full sense. A clean pistol, honestly. Only Polly falls along the way.
Yeah, and that was while she was fighting like 3 people, so completely understandable. But that poison screen debuff, especially on this pistol round, it can just be so I don't know how to say the word. Never mind. It can be really. There's another word I was thinking of, but yeah, detrimental works perfectly fine. So that is going to be Kaguya taken down in very, very quick form. And this is a repeat of kind of what we saw on Pearl. All of those 20-second rounds where people die in 5 seconds flat. That's going to be the pistol starting things off with. And Sapphire, they're going to have a much better buy this time around, going up against just Classics. And what a sheriff from Aluka.
Yeah, anti-ego here, full sense, and Baby TZ. She's ready to contend. Still, RRQ just looking for a few picks. They're playing actually a default right now. And you can see that Iceberg has a different plan. Trying to crawl towards Rubble, perhaps. Backs away because she feels it's dangerous here. Because of the lobby setup or anti-lobby setup that Full Sense had in the first place. Dorito stacking towards B for now. RRQ trying to keep Full Sense Sapphire guessing. But eventually, they're going to use utility to go for the closer clears, and it's Full Sense just waiting on the sites instead.
Margot having wrapped all the way back around now in the backside here of this A, along with Muffin. So they do have a kind of pseudo crossfire setup. Trailblazers are going to try to smoke these players out. I don't think it's going to really catch anybody in the paint shells. It cuts off these 2 players perfectly.
Muffin gets one. Nasty with the answer. It's 4v4 for now, and Full Sense now reinforce their lines. Backside gets again such strong power points to play with. And Full Sense aptly just set, ready, and will go next.
These
They
parasites
do
are
take
going to
Muffin
take
down,
one
so that's going to be one
past
Spectre,
this
I think,
place.
no longer available. But all things considered, it's going to be a very, very strong bonus coming out of this Full Sense squad here. Kaguya, with their full buy, kind of close to the Seekers, but no other ultimates really online for them, unfortunately. For Full Sense, they are just a couple off of their Viper Spit. So while I doubt we're going to be seeing it this time around, we will see it in the next couple of rounds, which is another piece of extremely powerful stalling utility that's just on their arsenal because of how their team comp works.
We'll see now. With RRQ, they have the rifles into play. I'm just thinking about how would RRQ actually go for this double duelist push. Do they play a bit more safe, hang back and look for the punish? Or do they just send Aluka and Ayumi straight up, go for that contact, and look to just have a heavy-handed approach towards the site? They go for the slower play though. Ginny waiting on one side, Ayumi on the other. That's the story of this game so far though, Zach. All about anticipating and waiting. Who dares cross first in this kind of scenario? And as Ayumi now, a solo mission, dangerous if he doesn't clear the corner, case in point.
Oh no.
Ginny was ready for it. One down. And from this point on, RRQ will decide to take command of the B side. Polly with the taps. Best will get her instead. 4v4, Seekers into play here. And it's RRQ. They're looking to play away from B actually. They're taking that spike elsewhere, Zach. Waterfall being taken. Aluka needs to get these hits, needs to get this contact, but as soon as they realize they're pinched here, they need to go somewhere else. It's dangerous. It's a maze that RRQ needs to run away from. Iceberg now finally planting. Chance perhaps for Muffin to be a big surprise. And there you go. Muffin gets one. Aluka with the trade. Aluka goes for contact yet again. So swift to reinforce. And it's 2v1 after everything is said and done. Heals come and Margot awaits. Aluka, the allure truly. It is 3 for her.
There's just something about Filipino players and their aim, man. I don't know how else to say it, but especially Aluka, right? She's, ever since she joined Alter Ego and, well, the squad that's currently called Kaguya, she's just been on fire. One of the most dependable players for this team. Really, you know, the main reason why RRQ is still such a dangerous team is because of Aluka being able to fill in the position that Ineri used to hold. And this round is exactly why, right? She's able to just set herself up for these trades, and this final crossfire as well that she's able to hold with Bess. That's what kind of cements the round. Despite the initial advantage, there's 2 kills in fact being found by Sapphire. They're still not able to make too much of that bonus, although they at least do a decent amount of damage. Now, the ultimates, they're charging up slowly but surely here. Aluka only 1 off of that showstopper now. And if she can get another orb or just 1 kill, that's going to be a free sight possibly taken by RQ.
And you guys were talking about it in the last series, right? You know the prodigy and the history of Aluka. The way that she's been able to get better and better, especially when she's on that comfort zone in the front line. You saw that last round, truthfully. She bailed themselves out of a bad situation. Here we go again though, 4B. Ginny looking to go for that contact. Flash comes on in. Seems like Polly's waiting for it. And Alaka clears one out. The momentum heavily in her favor. 2 down before Margot prevents those fireworks. 4v3 going out, but Margot now in a bad situation. Still though fighting on back. And it's Best instead who is pinch. Pinch upon pinch right now. Stack upon stack. But RRQ make their way towards A site with the numbers disadvantage.
Spike planted.
They get the spike down. Now it's gonna come down to how they set up for this post plant. In fact, it seems like Ayumi, because of that numbers advantage, wants to go aggressive here. Caught out by the flash. And Volsen, so they can still line up here if they're not careful. Ginny will prevent that. Now it's just a 1v3. She doesn't check. Maybe she doesn't check.
Oh no, but Ginny still survives anyway. Well done by Ginny and Baby TZ. 2 moments where it was dangerous. 2 moments that they still survive. And Full Send Sapphire, when they're playing in tandems, you know they'll protect one another.
That just looks so awkward. You can see the panic in Iceberg's face. Who do I shoot first? And well, she does a lot of damage to both the people jumping down. Ultimately, Ginny will confirm that final kill, which will give her the Seekers as well. And Full Sense, they were really good at rebounding on that round with their positioning, because Aluka, she got 2 huge openers, but Margot able to not only find that first kill onto Aluka, but also catch a second one on the rotation and regroup with the rest of her team to pinch down Best. Very nice micro coming out towards this particular mid-round for the side of Full Sense. Now though, it's 9-7 RRQ. Their last half by here, they really want to try to save for that next round. Full Sense, they have to come back here.
Oh, here comes the Yumi. Here both of also, but Margot, paranoid, perfect. Muffin there too. And the rubble will tumble down on the corpses of RRQ instead. Navsky, the only one still standing. And the aggression for Full Sense, the active map control. That's one thing they can rely on. Zap, the past few rounds, it's just a statement for both teams. If RRQ can do it, Full Sense can do it also, and vice versa. The close game we expected from this matchup, we're getting it so far.
Yeah, first map was overtime. Second map seems at this rate it's likely that it'll go to overtime. Unless, of course, Full Sense can make that full sweep and end at like 13-10 or something, which they have done in the past. Now, like you mentioned, just Navsky alone in a 1v4. I think already been spotted out by Polly as well. So tries to take the 1v1 here. Navsky has to try and isolate this fight. Does quite a bit of damage, in fact, through the smoke. Okay.
Yeah,
Navsky.
okay. Just doesn't want to fight it, actually. It's only a classic, but Full Sense, safety is key, and we'll provide that. It'll be Baby TZ and Polly. They are 1 round away now, Zach, from tying things up. We see for Full Sense Sapphire, they're just a lot more comfortable on the defense no matter the map. It's just how they play the protocols, how they communicate, and how they just play as a pair when they can.
Yeah, they're really good at playing off of each other. I think that's like this team's distinguishing landmark. Even back when they're X10 days, they were just so good at playing off each other. Like, of course, individually, Muffin, Baby TZ, even Ginny, all of them do put up the numbers depending on who is playing on what map. But at the end of the day, they're just so good at coordinating together and playing off each other's utility. That's like their hallmark. Compared to, let's say, SMG, whose trademark at this point is just to run and kill everybody. And RRQ, they fall somewhere in the middle. They're somewhere in the middle. So they have that awkward mix of firepower, but not enough to take those really annoying fights that SMG tend to take over the course of these last few opens. And they have been working on their strats, though. You can see that, especially on that last map, right? They've been working on their mental and their strats. On Pearl, they were able to just kind of put down those protocols once that side swap came in to make that comeback really work out. It was 11-3, and they managed to take it to overtime and win. So I'm personally very impressed.
Yo, that's a great point, Zach, because I think that's what has defined RRQ Kaguya's journey throughout this year. The in-betweeners, where do they really fall? The firepower side, the tactical side, of course, any great team will have a mix of both. But Kaguya has had this identity crisis for quite a while already. Couldn't meet some of the expectations, perhaps. So yeah, since last year, right? The expectations were so immense on them. And now, a bit more down to earth, a bit more humbled, but understanding bit by bit, open by open especially, how this team works. And right now, at the very least, they're in position to contend with Full Sense Sapphire. The buys are ready for both sides. This is going to be a swing round, if ever, because of the economy. And RRQ, play it quiet so far. Alaka, Yumi, I'd love to see if they can actually go for the double burst instead. If they can work in tandem to make the side take happen. Upper, taken here though by Margot. Boombot gets the intel, and already Full Sense Sapphire sussing out what RRQ's planning. The lurker from Navsky, though, might be a bit dangerous. I think the door's broken as well. There's some options now for RRQ, if ever.
Full sense, they still want to try and contest for the site though. They hear that Trailblazer being invested here, and that's gonna signal the start of the execute. Gonna be the showstopper popped by Oluka to try and find some space here in the corner. It's gonna be the Omen tucked away, and she finds the timing. Margot, huge opener.
And look at that, distraction doesn't work out here for RRQ whatsoever. Full sense, we're ready, even by Waterfall, where we saw Iceberg teleport from the shadows, and now, in a snap, it's gonna be a 2v1. Navsky fighting back, yes, but she only has 11 HP. Odds are against her, but can she do it? No, it's denied. We are tied up here 9-9.
Very, very nice round coming out of Volsons there. Of course, they had the intel right off the bat, but despite RRQ cutting the noise, they didn't move a muscle, and just the positioning by Margot, not spooking at the side of the showstopper, being able to work with those seekers to catch Aluka completely off guard. That was the opener of the round, because the showstopper could have done so much damage if it went unchecked, or just created so much more space, and Margot denying that right off the bat. It sets Baby TZ up to take these fights towards CT, and despite Navsky doing whatever she can in a 1v4, it's too much to ask even from Navsky here. So RRQ Kaguya, they didn't invest all of their ultimates. They're still gonna have a couple for the next round. Economically, like you mentioned, they are slowly but surely being whittled down.
Yeah, and again, RRQ Kaguya, they're just big proponents of the half buy, half armor situation, and they're still gonna have a few threads to work with at the very least. Rifles at the ready, less protection though. And the Seekers now to allow RRQ the intel that they need. This can be Sapphire though, taking his lead away. We started this half 8-4. Now we're 9-9 after such a strong string of rounds for Full Sense Sapphire. Alika watching towards Link. A lockdown there though. The answer now from Baby TZ. It's one thing RRQ Kaguya lacks. They just struggle to contend with the lockdown so far. It's looking to pop very soon. RRQ dislodged here. Besto trying at least to find an angle outside of A. She gets the kill done. Baby TZ on the defuse. Those 3 down. She's sticking it. Someone needs to stop her. And even though RRQ get the kills, the round goes Full Sense's way. They didn't realize. What was going on there, Zach.
Oh my god, that's the most chaotic round I've seen, and it's all won because of Baby TC's 5th lockdown. Huge round of applause for her and for just being able to stick the spike. That's gonna be it. If RRQ lose this map and possibly this series, that's the linchpin round. That's where everything changed, and that's when the Fire Nation attacked. But chaos apart on that side. That was incredibly well played by Sapphire. Baby TZ, of course, she has the objective go stick on the spike. But if you look at the spacing from every other member of the squad there, they're just able to cover her, take the damage, and she was the only one left standing. It was a 1v5 or 1v4 by the end of it, and she does her job.
Yeah, well,
amazing.
The 4 elements with the 4 kills, yes, but the avatar didn't show on up. And RRQ, they can't be rattled after that round. They still have the firepower to fight back with. They also go for the blades. A Full Sense Sapphire. They should be grinning after that one. The vibe checks here for Full Sense Sapphire. They're a lot more confident on their rotations.
Here.
And Zanargo. Here we have the smoke into play. A Yumi look to be enabled by Bess and her Trailblazer. Smoke's in the way yet again. Margot 10 HP and the blades don't get anything whatsoever. Those were knives, they were basically spoons. Couldn't find any damage done. It's still 5v5 though along the way. High ground taken here by Full Sense. The guy in likely to play best right now, taking the angle yet again. This time around, Muffin will fall, so at least it's going to be a casualty inflicted here by RQ. Best with another one, looking to go for the spray down on Margot. Will have her. The Paranoia gets connection. It's trade after trade yet again, but RQ will come up ahead. That's a deal they would like.
10-10, and I like how quick they were to exert control on the side. Full Sense, of course, they didn't really have any huge retake ults in RRQ. They were aware of that, so they were willing to push the issue and excel in those confrontations that they do best in. Of course, Best being able to get this first opener was huge, and she just got so much time on whatever remained, letting the rest of her team on side kind of clean up. RRQ, I think they were a little bit annoyed by how Baby TZ stole the defuse away, so they were just like, we're gonna play on site. You don't have another lockdown so soon. Not even Baby TZ can do that.
But Zach, look at how many orbs she has right now.
Yeah, she might have it for the next round, but hey, it won't be consecutive rounds unless she
least,
aces
at
every
least.
time. So at least they can pray for that much because she's the demon that's haunting them this entire game. Look at her, 22 and 12. She's like neck and neck with Alukan. This is a Raze and a Killjoy competing. Like I know they're supposed to be dating and stuff according to lore, but still, come on.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
That's
Lord,
actual
Lord
lore,
Zap.
Dax.
She actually reads the lore. All I know is you shoot each other and someone wins along the way. Timeout though, here for Full Send Sapphire. Because honestly, for the past 2 rounds, it's been shaky. They struggle onto the retake. They just got away with the defuse a while ago. And this isn't sustainable from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Oluka does at least have that showstopper almost coming in. So RRQ, I think what they've really been struggling are in 2 aspects. Number 1, taking head-to-head fights with a utility, which they've kind of rectified for the most part this map. They do have that awkward scramble along A-long every now and then, but aside from that, it's okay. The second biggest problem is their post plan, because even if they can get the spike down, right, there's no real way that they're able to just hold on to it. Often, both sense they use their utility and ultimates to really push them off the side, and now with that Viper Spit being committed despite this half fight.
Half by lead, and the dangerous judge though, Abaki still, so close quarters are what Full Sense are trying to force here with the Viper Spit. RRQ though, they have other plans so far. They open the doorway, they're spotted though by the flash. Intel provided here, Ginny does she go for the spray down, looking for a target, a bit of damage done, but it's not enough to concede that kill. Said RRQ, this site is theirs for the taking. Alaka also, as well as Ayumi now working in tandem to try and clear upper. More space being taken here by RRQ. Trying to play a few corners so far. Navsky with contact. Margo, the first to fall. Baby TZ onto the side. Here comes the intel with the Neurotough as well, but Paulie gets close to taking that judge count. Baby TZ on board with a takedown. It's 3v3 for now. Equalize unsure. Some rifles to be picked up as well, but Bess and Iceberg, they have the corners to play from. Baby TZ though unrelenting. Navsky and Bess are there though, from different angles and different opportunities. Classic RRQ Kaguya. Omnidirectional yet again, no matter where, it is not safe. And 11-10 now it stands.
It got so dicey there towards the end, especially Baby TC being able to pick up 3 kills and the lockdown again, number 6 online by the way. But I think in particular that neural theft that came out of Napsky was super important and really enabling this RRQ post plan to be set up. They had those 2 players towards main playing for the spike, but of course Napsky's position was just a power position. She was that last line of defense that would prevent that defuse from coming in, and that's exactly what takes place. Now Sapphire, they forced up that round, they put everything they had, and now in this important round, the one where RRQ have a chance to get to match and series points, they have almost nothing to work with.
And after such a long time, Zach, RRQ Kaguya, they can taste it. They can see the finish line if ever they get this round. They just need to be as careful as can be though, especially against the likes of Baby TZ. She's been the hero so far of this game, of Full Send Sapphire all throughout this tournament. Multiple MVP awards. And the Bulldog to provide firepower as well. Her setup looks strong towards the bend. The camera broken, and Alaka contact towards Ginny. Muffin with a trade, and Baby TC is always ready. A wish now looking to be granted here by Baby TC. It will fend off RRQ for the time being.
They're gonna quickly get out of there. They want nothing to do with Baby TZ and her nanostorms and her turret and her lockdown and her bulldog at the end of it as well. They're just going to the opposite side, as far away as possible. And that might be the best strat, because there's only Margo hanging around here. Just spot out these players with a jump pick, but she only has a sheriff in hand. It might be more efficient for her to wait for the rest of the squad to come in instead of trying to make an early aggressive move.
30 seconds
she
left.
will give up the site to RRQ quickly. Just put down the paranoia to try and get some space here, and we'll be able to lock back onto site, but it's just going to be Iceberg finding that crucial kill.
Yeah, Iceberg close contact, realizes Molly's there thanks to the Seekers, and now RRQ have the numbers in their favor. High ground though for Baby TZ, still a threat, still a demon needed to be exorcised, and here we go again. It's Limbo, it's Hell, it's the lockdown, but Iceberg ready now with the Holy Phantom and the RRQ. Given a chance here to get away from her, but lockdown respected. Polly looking to get halfway on the defuse. Does she dare stick it? No. Waiting for the contact and the swing. Best and Iceberg are creeping on in. Running out of bullets. 1 bullet also for Iceberg. It's close. Polly defusing the wall back there. 1 HP. And Iceberg gets it. But it's not enough. Full Send Sapphire. They get the defuse anyway. And we are tied up. What just happened in that round?
I have one name, Baby TZ. Baby TZ happened that round again. Just being able to get all of these kills, of course, on site, and most importantly, that lockdown, just putting it down. Sure, she goes down, but she creates all that space for Polly to get that first half of the defuse and then try to play out the 1v2. Polly, of course, huge clutch coming out, but baby TZ, man, 26 and 14, just exactly what you want out of your Killjoy. She's topping that score chart right now. Absolutely insane.
That wasn't even a split-second victory for Full Sense. It was even less than that. She died as soon as she defused the spike. Literally the same moment. And those 2 rounds that we've seen Full Sense Sapphire get away with the defuse. That's gonna haunt RFQ. If they lose this map, baby TZ though. You mentioned it. Still a problem. Still such a huge threat. And now RRQ has to contend with the Full Sense Sapphire fully kitted and fully ready. Rubble taken already here by Margot as well as Muffin. Doorway open as well just to psych out the competition, but RRQ, they're looking for a moment. Full Sense refuses to budge. And Nabsky now crawling. Oh, the timing, Muffin! She wasn't ready, but Margot is. First takedown comes the way of Sapphire. Here comes the showstopper, and enough is enough, baby TZ. Aluka will change the channel. 4v3, it's up to Ginny. Too many targets though to deal with. Holes now being taken by Margot. Sights here for RRQ. And Margot spray down, finds Iceberg at the very end, but this time the plant goes. It's 3v2. Margin after margin, Zach. Muffin looking to come on in, tries to go for the clear, realizes the box is unsafe. Muffin will get the takedown anyway. 2v2 now on the outside. It's Bess and Ayumi. Ayumi falls. The flash is there. Showstopper time as Bess is trying to just go for the fleet footwork, but not enough to dance away from it. It's Full Sense on match point.
Match point.
2v4. Again, just Full Sense, the way they're able to pick apart these advantageous situations that RRQ somehow get on board. They find these 2 opener kills that it's only Margot and Muffin left on the defuse, but this whiff, this rare whiff from Aluka, as well as how cautious they were on this retake situation, just a little bit too much to deal with. And once again, for a second, I thought that, I think it was Bess left alive. Bess was just gonna get away with her life and save the gun, not gonna be hit by anything, and it was just it will be another ninja defuse coming in, but thankfully at least they try to contest it. The only problem is that despite this barrage of utility coming in, there's just still Muffin standing so strong along with Margot.
Margot, sure, but there you go. Ayumi finding Muffin so far. Margot in peril, but a toxic screen to keep her alive. 4v4 for the time being. This is it though. If Full Sense take this, we go into a decider. And RRQ, they can taste that victory. It was so close, but it's Full Sense who is a step ahead so far. They're ready now. On to the side as well. Ginny actually backing on away, giving herself a reposition towards the rope instead. Margot, the smokes are there though. Ayumi looking to get in position with the push. The Cyber Cage will provide the cross. Margot doesn't notice it from the pixel angle. And eventually RRQ clearing towards staircase so far. A smoke yet again. A wraparound here from RRQ, navigating the maze made by Full Sense. And they found their exit points. One more down on the defense. And look who's waiting on the other side. You know her name. You know her aim. It's baby TZ. A threat yet again. Ayumi will stomp with the shorty. 3v2, 1 HP left for Ayumi. Close round yet again here. You can feel the pressure as Margot and Ginny separate so far.
Got your train.
Here we go. Got to spot the secret. We'll get confirmation, but Margot lets it rip. And down goes Bess. 4 for Ayumi. She's 1 away from the ace. Maybe a hero here for RRQ. Ginny can be the same if ever, but Ayumi aces it. The A game is brought out, and we go to overtime again.
Another one for
Switching
the books
sides.
here, as Lotus will
Overtime.
also be overtime between both of these teams. Sapphire, they might have started off at a loss, and they might have gotten to match point first, but RRQ, they've proven that they can dig in deep today, and they do the necessary damage. Thankfully, Baby TZ only got 1. If Ayumi hadn't gotten that kill, I feel like that round could have gone very differently, but I'm just an average Baby TZ stan here. It took an ace from Ayumi to push these guys to overtime, and now they have a chance still at getting that crucial 2-0 that they've been kind of craving. For Sapphire, though, this is a chance to take this to that possible map 3, and they're aware of the pressure. They know what they need to do. They're going to be putting in that timeout here to try and figure out what exactly they want to do, because so far, at least on defense, it's been heroics that have been getting them these rounds rather than consistency. A ninja defuse, a Baby TZ moment, another Baby TZ moment. They got to be a little bit more methodical about it.
Look, Zach, the past 4 rounds, have been absolutely heart-stopping. I need a breather. That's what this timeout is really for. But how does this always lead to this scenario? I think I can speak for everyone that this is what we've wanted ever since between RRQ Kaguya and Full Send Sapphire. These teams have been rivals ever since the dawn of the year, and even more so ever since that Elite Tournament. RRQ Kaguya has had Full Send Sapphire on their minds. Full Send Sapphire, that confidence, yes, to keep putting Kaguya in their place. We go to OT though, we go for another, and what can we expect from this one? What do you think can provide the victory for either team?
Baby TZ or Baby TZ for for Full Sense. I know it's a cop-out answer, but look at her. She's already 27 and 16. I want to see her at least get that 30 bomb along with the win to see a map 3 here, which I think is a very likely possibility because we are talking about Baby TZ. But looking at both of these teams so far, now it's going to be RRQ back on the defensive side, not putting in that operator for Ayumi, instead opting to play for a little bit more of an aggressive comp. And from Full Sense, this is something that we haven't quite seen from them this B take so far, and that does seem to be the call.
Neither side refusing to lose. And Muffin here, the pain shells now love. We've seen the value so far from Alakado, and she does not disappoint on the delivery. Another 3-pointer right now. Sign her up to the NBA by this point. Spikes planted, Muffin onto the corner. Navsky though, the gun is seen, and Navsky is spotted. 4v4 for the time being. Here's the clear and dash on it. Courtesy of the UAV Best and Alaka on the board, and RRQ. It's just so methodical. They put themselves on match point yet again.
We get the defuse, and RRQ 1 away from eliminating Sapphire in this tournament, 1 away from finding the revenge that they've been craving since that last final
Switching
of
sides.
Elite. So close
Match
to
point.
redemption here, and facing SMG in that grand final. They can almost taste it, Dax. 1 round is all that stands between them and finding their hopes for at least this open coming through. And looking at the scoreboard here, of course, all of Kaguya, they've been popping off, but this map, it has been Aluka again and again to be able to find so much impact in her openings. With that side swap coming over to attack, her and Ayumi, they've been looking great over that last half. All they have to do is find that little bit extra push to do this and take this round.
And the blast packs are here, and RRQ on the crusade perhaps to just capitalize on a moment versus Sapphire. Let's also not count out Beth. She's been incredible here so far, finding so many impactful kills. But as soon as RRQ make that noise, they cut it. Trying to psych out Full Send Sapphire. Going to play a bit of mind games. Snakebite thrown just to stall for time, and the silence deafening so far as RRQ are looking for their moments.
Now, Trailblazer gonna be put in. They still want to push the issue on this particular B side. However, Baby TZ still gonna be anchoring down towards that C, ready for the quick rotation if it does happen, and that seems to be the call. And now RRQ, to cement their victory, they're gonna have to deal with their worst nightmare, who is still on the C side. Baby TZ and her turret.
Turrets, the nano swarm, and the warning is there. Keep off my sight, Baby TZ looks to say. Pushes through the smoke, but that's big! And that's exactly what RRQ has been looking for all throughout the map. Baby TZ, the first to fall. RRQ gets the plant.
Now, 4v5. Full Sense, they still have a chance at this, at making this retake work out. They have most of their utility available, but RRQ, they are being cautious. They have people on site to prevent a ninja, and they have people on the other side to just spray through here. Spike plants
Holy
are
close!
off, one and Muffin.
Muffin's there, Muffin gets a second! And a double layer cake perhaps. Marco's on board as well. But here comes Navsky in position, Beth as well. Seeker's out, but Polly! She's ready, and she has the angle. We go again. Not just once, but twice. Overtime yet again as Full Set survives.
They get the defuse, and they powered through a huge round coming out of Muffin, being able to find those 2 kills to open up. And even
Switching
though she
sides.
wasn't able to get the defuse right,
Overtime.
she was her trying to stick that spike really baited out the remaining presence of RRQ towards main and set them up for success during the course of the rest of the round. Bess unfortunately pulled out the Seekers at the worst time. Polly was just pushing on her position, and she was able to find that final kill. 13-13 now. Aluka once again investing in that Odin. I don't like that gun, Dax. I feel like I should mention that. It's very annoying.
It is, and it's very oppressive when you're trying to cross somewhere so narrow. A bullet storm, perhaps awaiting yet again. Ayumi, first to find a bit of intel, spots the turret, breaks it, And it's been par for the course for RRQ. They send one out towards B, trying to keep Full Sense guessing and force them to commit onto the site instead, where it's either utility or a setup awaiting.
It's just quiet so far. Neither team, they realize that these quick pushes, they don't quite do anybody a favor here. So they're just hoping for a sign from the other to kind of react on. That's the kind of gameplay we're getting down to here. Baby TZ putting out the alarm bot. I think it was hurt, so that's going to trigger the Trailblazer out of the defender side here. And FS, they're just going to be waiting in place. I think that did spot out only Polly. Didn't see anybody else. And Polly likes to be that lurk player so often. So RRQ, they aren't going to be reacting too much yet. In fact, they're going to be refocusing towards this B side instead.
RRQ waiting now for the audio cue, and yet again, 1 point they played from so far has been that back of sight, and Iceberg, Best, they're prepared for it. Beautiful paranoia though, counter paranoia is the answer, but Polly has the angle. Best with the trade, Napsy's on board, and here we go yet again. The RRQ standard is set, and it's Ginny trying to fight on back, but he cannot get more than one. Still, history repeats, and you can see for RRQ, they denied the take so efficiently.
Match point.
Yeah, after this overtime came into play, they have been really, really good at fighting for these sites because they realize that Sapphire, with the amount of utility that they have in their back pocket, they just can't let them set up for a post plan. Because of course, Baby TC is gonna be there with the nano swerves. You have the snake bites out of Polly, whatever other pieces of utility that they might come and have, such as I believe we did see a kill coming out already with the Trailblazer, but in particular, Muffin's paint shows. If she has them back again, it could be a huge problem. So they just don't want to let Sapphire get that spike down at all. And now, again, it's just one round away that RRQ needs to really figure out. The C side, it's been working out for them so far, but now we're going to see a little bit more of a default heavy play come out of this team.
Yeah, Tripar's there, and Nabsky, she needs to be very careful here by Rubble. The double setup already in position. And just this minute, probably going to feel like an eternity for both these teams. As soon as RRQ provides that noise, Full Sense will have to react in kind. The Odin trying to just get a bit of distraction. Flashback's there too, looking to allure the opposition at least. Peek that angle. Baby TC still steadfast though along the way. Ginny's there, ready to catch the cross. And RRQ, they're gonna go yet again. The toughest road to try and deal with. They want to catch out Baby TC first and foremost. Ginny though breaking Trailblazer. The paranoia gonna be into play, and Ginny will be the first victim. Ayumi dashing forward, cascading towards Waterfall. Baby TC's gone as well. It's 5v3. There's the flash. They don't check the corner, and Polly! There's the angle, but Aluka will make the trade work. It's 4v2, and RRQ in prime position. Something they've been waiting for so long already. Muffin fighting on back to blast back off, but Aluka's there again. RRQ, is this gonna be it? 3v1. What else can Muffin do now? She's trying to move towards Waterfall, but Aluka awaits. The Odin at the ready, and Iceberg gets the trade. It's been almost a year, but the revenge finally happens. RRQ Kaguya back to where they belong, and back into a grand final slot.
It's been such a difficult year for them so far, but RRQ, this is the resilience that we're used to seeing out of them. This is the squad that we've been watching for the past 2 years, and they're back with a bang. They take the victory, the revenge against Full Sense Sapphire 2-0, and this entire year, it's very fitting because Sapphire, they've been winning 2-0 themselves. So RRQ, despite the overtimes, despite the pressure, to be able to push through to that grand final, very, very impressive coming out of them. In particular, I loved how they were adapting onto Lotus towards those last overtime rounds because they did not give Full Sense any kind of chance to jump back into it for those last couple of rounds at all.
I just have to say, you heard it in the interview in the post-game versus Orangutan X. This was the matchup they were waiting for. Their eyes were set, and finally, they can get not just one, but 2 overtime wins. A 2-0 versus a squad that has done so again and again against them this year. And truth be told, this is the expectations everyone has had for RRQ Kaguya to face off against Team SMG, to face off against Eneri, and I can't wait for tomorrow. Sapphire will stall, will fall, yes, but Kaguya will stand, and it's time for us to call it a day. The panel will break down the history that has been made here.
And now finally the circle is complete. As Quack said just now during the game, it's like watching an anime battle between the two rivals, and that's exactly what we were served, honestly. When we came into that game, there were a lot of expectations coming into the two maps. We talked about the control that comes through from FSS, as well as what we can expect from them, but RRQ just broke that, just breaking the limits after such a long day.
It's so crazy, Tash. Oh my god, this game. I mean, first of all, Full Sense almost bringing it back, but then RRQ in that final round, it's just like, I mean, I said anime, but it's also like Star Wars, and
Wow.
Baby TZ was like, it's over, Ayumi, I have the high ground, and Ayumi's like, you underestimate my power, and then she gets an ace! She gets an ace, Tash! And that's what we have going into overtime, and then, oh my god.
Okay, so when we look at the game just now, when we talk about control, I think for our Full Send Sapphire, they're literally, I mean, I don't want to make them sound very readable, but they are. It's going to be 2 on one side, 2 on A, 2 on C, and then the util full is going to be on B. And I think that is the slight edge that RRQ had eventually on that overtime, understanding what to expect from Full Send Sapphire. Now for RRQ, I think what's the biggest, takeaway from them is that knowing that they can't fully take the site early, knowing that's all that util up there, what do? They bait out the util. They go for these defaults, try to get those picks. And most importantly, they waste a lot of time on one side. Maybe they want to go to C, suddenly they realize, okay, I don't think we're going to get in there. Suddenly pivot into B and quickly take it. The explosive play catches FSS off guard. And by that time, FSS has no more utility for that post plant.
Yeah, but that said, there were some rounds, I mean, looking at some of the statistics, right, that Full Sense actually had some pretty good plays. Again, there's just so much history between the two teams right now, but the story, you know, we can't make this stuff up.
No.
It's just right there in the books for RRQ to take this home, because, I mean, they've been trying their hardest, you know, ever since losing to Full Sense back when they were X10 last year. They struggled a little bit, but right here, today, whether or not, you know, they've had some long games against Orangutan X or whatever else Full Sense had to go through, right now in this very moment, this combination of Alaka, Napski, Best coming up as well on the Sky, they popped off. They got so many kills, and with the way that they kind of position themselves on sites, they managed to come out huge. I mean, Full Sense Sapphire, great plays. Some of the reads, some of the approaches that they had, like, first of all, yes, RQ off of timeouts, they recover incredibly well, but apart from that, there was one or two rounds where it was kind of funny. They made their way onto a site, but then they weren't quite able to hold it, and then Baby TZ snuck a ninja defuse. It's
happened twice.
This game, Tash.
I mean, with the ninja from Baby TZ and also the ninja from Polly. And let's not talk about, you know, as Dax quotes, Baby TZ is the demon that needs to be exercised by RRQ. And that's exactly it, right? That's the winning moment for them, finding Baby TZ early. So
Yo, they brought the holy water.
Exactly. They bought the holy water. They bought the ultimates. They bought the, you know, the utility to take her out of the way. And suddenly, without Baby TZ as that huge block in the way, they were able to win the round. And I have to say, like, you can definitely tell in how exactly RRQ plays. They were hungry for this. Imagine for one whole year, your whole eyes and your whole expectation to going to Berlin just taken away in that one swift moment. This is what they were waiting for. Even Ducky said it. This was the match they had their eyes on, not the first match earlier against OGX. And for now, we're going to be seeing RRQ meeting up the final boss, SMG, tomorrow in a best of 5.
Oh my god, and that's another one, right? I mean, there's just so much history, these three teams, and then now you're gonna have the full RRQ roster up against, you know, SMG. You've got Kohibi. Yeah, we could talk about, you know, their previous team, like Renatus White from like the first year and everything, but now like this new form, you've got Alexi in there as well, Shirazi, Kamiyu, and then of course a Neri. Ex-teammates playing against each other one more time. You can't make this up. This is just so good, Tash.
It really
we're
is.
being treated.
We're really being treated. And Neri wasn't able to play in Open 1, made a bang in Open 2, showing her teammates that she, despite not being able to catch, the bus for Open 1, makes a bang in her return. And now, of course, RRQ wants to show her, like, hey, you missed the bus, and this is what you missed on that ride. This is what we're going to be expecting tomorrow. And again, you said there's so much history, and it just shows that these girls, because they're so close, they are going to be moving around between each team. And the understanding that comes from them about being past teammates can be translated in how they react, how they read, exactly from what we saw in Pearl earlier, all the way till now. And I am so excited for it. Today has been a very long day, and I don't think we're going to be having interview, honestly, because RRQ, long day, 2 matches in a row, all of them OTs, and now they have to go up against the final boss. If anything, let's hope we get to talk to them tomorrow. Anyways,
Hopefully.
Yep, hopefully. Anyways, Tash Bunny here alongside Quack. We also had a long day on desk, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. But which desk is the question? Good night, everyone.